Hey, Blurry Cat. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get started. Still making announcements. There we go. I don't like ads. Understandable. Understandable. Okay. So what are we doing? We are continuing from yesterday where I got authentication kind of working, not 100%, not all the code paths. Like the unhappy paths still require some work. Sorry, I need to drink some tea. um, one second. Oh, okay, much better. Yeah, we got authentication kind of working, not 100%. And then after the stream, what was I doing after the stream? Um, I did some CLI work, I think, not this server, this server. So, all right, I added aliases for help. So that even if you try to do dash dash help, you, for simple cases, we catch that. So this is the main help menu where you just do, for example, let's see if we can reproduce stuff. Zig out bin /d2s. We run it, missing resource kind. This could be made better. This could be error, missing resource kind. So let's try to make it nice. There we go. Fatal error, missing resource kind. Usage, D2S, resource command. Resources you can manage, server, user, role. Use D2S resource help for resource specific help information. Resource less commands, version help. Okay, so far so good. And here, if we do wrong resource kind, we see same menu. I think you know what? I think a single new line I prefer more. So I like these more than these, I think. Okay. Let's say that we do server. Missing command for server resource. So let's make that also fatal error. And single new line. Then initialize and run a server, manage its settings, available commands init, create a SQLite database for a fresh new D2 server, run, start the D2 server, help, show this menu and exit. And then use D2 server command help for command specific information. That is cool. But I think I want an extra new line down here instead. Okay. Um, so init run help. Let's say that we do run and then dash dash help. Nice. D2 server run, optional arguments, start the D2 server, optional arguments, DB path to the SQLite database to be used, default to d2.db, IP, TCP colon port, address and port for TCP communication defaults to 0001991, UDP 0001992, help -h, show this menu and exit. Okay. I think we should do it this way. Usage command and then arguments. Yeah. Does it allow specifying only port? It currently does not, but maybe you could argue it's a reasonable feature to add. I don't know. For now, I don't worry too much about it. Also, there's an argument whether these settings should end up in a config file. But for now, CLI only is fine, I think. Okay, so I made these menus a little bit better. Run now also, right, that's also what I did yesterday night. Run now, instead of hard coding, previously we were just hard coding these addresses. Now we only default to them. And so now parse also has run also has commands to do. So let's see. That means that I'm able to do run -- TCP 127.0.0.1 1995. Fatal error, unable to parse the port in TCP, invalid character. Well, guess what? We fucked up the parser. So let's go fix that. Should I wrap around the exe instead of config file? That would also be reasonable, wouldn't it? That would also be reasonable, wouldn't it? I mean, ultimately, it's either a shell wrapper or a YAML wrapper, right? Am I right? Am I right or am I right? So how are we fucking this up? Because REST contains the colon, I guess. Yeah, if I were to add config, it would be 100% Ziggy, obviously. No discussion there. Absolutely no discussion there. Okay, so I think the split scalar is the wrong approach. I think what we want is index of. We want const colon equals std mem index of. Has this been renamed already to find? It has. So we want find. So find scalar. Does this guy have does it index of linear anything related to scalar? Index of scalar pose, find scalar pose, and find scalar. Okay, so we want to find scalar. Also, I have to tell people can't an IP address parse other column port strings by itself? Well, not this interface. This interface is has some pre-processing. Expects you to have done some pre-processing. So it doesn't seem to be the case. There might be something else. Oh fuck! There we go. It was parse literal, wasn't it? Let's see. Parse an IP address, which may include a port. Well, there we go. We did have it. Well, fuck it. Thank you. Okay, let's get rid of this crap then. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do, 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 do. Did we also gain the feature that you were talking about? Let's see. God damn it. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I also need to do IT.next. That explains the problem. Hey, Neurosite. Hello, hello. Interesting news. That makes sense. There we go. Let's see. We did it. Does it support also weird stuff? Nope. It doesn't like this one. Does it support the common stuff? It does. Maybe that should be our default. Should we? Okay. Do we IPv6 this stuff? Are we YOLOing? Caught unexpected error. Parse failed. Bro, no. No. Well, I, so if you bind to 0000, does that also, is this also accessible to IPv6? Like, is this gonna be the same as this? I guess we can test this. We do no, we want to test the inverse. Maybe I should just change that to localhost. No, but localhost is local. Wait, no IPv6 on netcat? How does this work? -6. Node name nor serve name provided. I don't know. What else am I supposed to say here to make this work? No brackets. Let's try no brackets. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. It works. I already love IPv6 notation, man. Delightful. This is already a delightful experience. Brackets are for HTTP. What? No. No, that makes no sense. Wait, no, this thing was accepting the, well, not this one, but this was accepting brackets. You only use brackets if the IP and port are in one string. Right. I mean, what's wrong with just a train of... Well, that's actually fair. Okay, understood. Thank you. Although I have to say, the geniuses that came up with this thing, considering that you always do colon port, they could have chosen something different than colon for separating the sections of the IP address. But, well, anyway. Um, hmm. Okay, so so this is not working. We're not connecting. Now, if I connect instead to this guy, now we are connecting. So you do not get IPv6. You're not bound to an IPv6 network, but does the inverse work though? So now it's IPv6. Can I do now 00000? Wait, actually saying 000 in this case doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it does work. Localhost. Although localhost is probably, that doesn't say much. But the 000 does say 127. Let's see this one. This one also works. Okay. Are you using some window manager to lay out your screen? No, I just moved the windows there myself. They tend to stay fairly static. So I have one. I just don't use it much. It's called Rectangle. And it's not exactly a tiling manager. It's just tiling style, and not only tiling, but mostly tiling keybinds. So okay, so I think parse literal is what we want then, or wait. So that should work then. Then the problem was me with the square brackets. Boom. So this works. I don't know. Is it a bad idea to IPv6 this stuff? Should we leave it IPv4? Does it even matter? Probably doesn't matter. Let's just change the thing here. Okay. Always use IPv6 unless you have a really good reason not to. Well, the square bracket business, I find it kind of sus. That would be my biggest reason for now. Okay. Also because it seems to be, in a sense, backwards compatible. So, okay. So we have this working. What do we want to work on next? So we could push forward with some more of the epipath, but tried Amethyst yesterday and it becomes buggy when switching ghosty tabs. Oh no, that's unfortunate. I'll say though one thing, Genove. There are two different ways in which you can switch tabs. And this has nothing to do with Amethyst. I've never used Amethyst, so maybe the problem you're describing is truly specific to Amethyst, and then I don't even know about it. But I have experienced one bug when switching ghosty tabs, and basically, there are two ways in which you can do ghosty tab switching. One is you open the ghosty config, and in here, you do key bind. For example, in my case, it's super left and super right to next tab and previous tab. So you put this stuff in your config, and this works beautifully. Another way in which you could do this is the fact that here you can see that window has show previous tab, show next tab here in the menu. And there's a way, I don't remember what it is, but in settings, I think in macOS settings and then maybe accessibility, you can have a macOS level config that for the Ghosty application binds a given keybind of your choosing to a voice in this menu. So you actually have to type out show previous tab, show next tab, and because you're making the keybinds apply to this menu entry. Now, that's how I made it work originally because I didn't know that you could personalize this in the config, and that tab switching was mostly fine, but not 100% okay. It would sometimes, I believe, it would miss it would fail to capture your key press, and it would do something else because the key press would go through and then it would be captured by something else, which would do, I don't remember, but like it would in any case do stuff that I didn't want the other stuff to do. So something to keep in mind. Now, also what I'm thinking now. I'm thinking maybe we should take a look at the themes. Oh, here I have our coded my theme hardcore. Hmm. Oh, and I lied to people. I'm using JetBrains Mono. I'm not using Fiera code. Oh. I'm curious. Basically, I'm curious to see if I can bring Ayu to the rest of my stuff. I like One Dark. It's not a bad theme, but I'm curious if we can homogenize this stuff because One Dark doesn't look good in Flow, and I don't know. Maybe it's time for a switch. So let's see. Um, have a nice day. Yeah, I just never specified the theme. I think I started using Ghosty before it had themes, or in any case, I don't know. I never did that right. I guess I can do this, right? Not this, but I can go here and I do Ghosty plus theme. Let's look at the help menu plus action plus edit config. No, but you can specify settings, right? On macOS, launching the terminal emulator from the CLI is not supported and only actions are supported. Use open-na or open-na ghosty.app args foo bar wants to pass arguments. Okay, so it's dash dash key equals value. Okay, so that would be, I guess, open NA. Oh shit. What just happened? Did I open a copy of everything? I did. What? That's okay, that was a trip. Um so theme, are you? Oh, okay. Wait. Never mind. Huh. Okay. I did not expect this. Are you? Are you light? Definitely not. Are you mirage? I think we're doing something that looks like Are you mirage. Yeah, sorry guys. Cool. Okay, this was way less painful than I expected. Let's see. Hopefully, I can put this theme below all my other like weirdo color personalizations, and those won't affect anything. Hopefully, the theme overrides everything. Reload configuration. Right. Uh, that did not seem to work. I need to comment stuff out, I think. Man, I wish it opened an editor that is less sucky than this one. Jesus Christ. I'm going blind trying to use this. Because that flow is your ghosty editor? Maybe I should. Although, I know, I don't know if I should. Maybe that's a bad idea. I think it should be. I think it makes sense that it's something that doesn't depend on ghosty itself, so I can fuck ghosty up, right? No. Okay. So Helix now looks out of place. Bork kind of works, except we lost the Bork text because now it's not very bright. Uh, eh, this very off white is I don't know. You know what? Exit, 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 exit. Actually, no. This is where we start from. Okay, clear. Uh oh, you know what? Maybe that's a bad idea because I still want to fix that white. I think white should be white. I know that might be controversial, but I really think that white should be white in this theme. Yeah, no, I don't like this. I think. Let's see. Wait, this was overridden then. What? So does this need to go on top? Or maybe that's not, it's not that. Maybe, oh no, it's not. Oh, I see. I see. The problem is not white. The problem is the foreground color. I see. I see. I see. There we go. Now Bork, well, it's not exactly okay, but it's better. Oh, I guess, and the one up top is white. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, 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 wait. I think we're there. I think we're there. Okay, so we also want this. There we go. Now we regain Bork up here. This looks nice. And yeah, not bad. I'm on board with this team so far. That's a good time. Config. No, I think what we're seeing is because IU dark doesn't exist. It's IU_dark. Okay. Oh wait, theme IU Mirage. Okay. There we go. We're back. More punch. Yeah. Okay. So what were we saying before the theme detour? Oh, I think you said that you were asking about the show input stuff. Yeah. So are you around? Hello, Toshevi? Toshevis? Okay. Check this out. It's just KP multiply. I have the latest build of flow. It does not. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't like it. Well, now you know. Okay. Can you compare to Kitty? How do I do that? Kitty? I think I have Kitty somewhere. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Why is Kitty taking forever to load, bro? Just do the same thing in Kitty. Okay, sure. Oh, right. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? It's working. But these videos are very different. Okay, give me a sec. Oh shit. Also, wait, this is the KP multiply, but it registers as star. So that's, I think, the point. So this does show up as KP multiply in here. This does not in here. I think also, I don't know if that makes any difference, but this is Kitty version 019.3. So I haven't updated in a while. You can blame Ghosty for that. But yeah, there's this doesn't even say KP multiply. Also, what happened to this logo here? RIP. What happened to this icon here? RIP. Oh man, look at this font stuff. I don't know. Maybe make it specific. But even if it is macOS specific, it's interesting, right? Because aren't you like enabling the same input mode in both terminal emulators? And it seems that you're getting different things from Ghosty versus Kitty. And then this might be a macOS specific thing, but ultimately, uh, again, you know probably how to read your own log output better than I do. But it seems to me that this is registering as a normal start. This is registering as an actual KP multiply. Ancient Kitty version that doesn't mean much. I can update it, I think. Quit Kitty. No, that's not new Kitty. That's bad Kitty. Um, Upgrade Kitty. Cast Kitty is not installed. Where the fuck is that kitty coming from? They just dragged it from. They just drag it from GitHub. Awesome. Where can I download this? Quick start. Binary install. GitHub releases page. That's probably what I did last. 044. Jesus Christ. Time has passed, huh? Dragonfly. Darwin. Man, these names. Taking Darwin. AMD 64. ARM 64. FreeBSD is okay. Darwin. ARM 64. Sure, but I mean, that I think that was it. Why does it not have a DMG file extension? Wait, is macOS hiding this file extension from me? It's a separate download. Then what the fuck did I just download? Wrong download. Oh, this is just the executable with. Oh, I see. This is the extensionless executable with a god awful name. That's what it is. Okay, so you're saying I need the DMG then. Oh god. Bundle macOS DMG. Bro, this okay. I disapprove of this way of naming your artifacts. Jesus. Okay. Okay, that matches. Yep. Okay. Yeah, everything works and matches. Okay. Honestly, I don't think this is a macOS thing. I think you're receiving a KP multiply event and it's just not going anywhere. Okay. But not an expert. So cool. We got new kitty out of this. Okay. Yeah, is Flow good for daily use? I don't remember if I answered that one already, but yes, it is definitely. Uh, 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 what do we want to do? So, okay, I was thinking, I was saying that we did do authentication. We could, in theory, push forward with some more, covering some more ground. But I want instead to make what we have solid. So I'm not gonna make progress until I am satisfied, until I feel that the stuff that I'm working on is as complete as I can reasonably make it right now. So, for example, I'm not going to implement alternative authentication methods for now, but I'm not. But authentication is not fully done. So, not the unhappy path is uh, very unhappy right now because it's not implemented correctly. So let's go implement that. Location. How do you close the bottom panel? Control J. So you can well, you can't close it because it's basically think of it as a hidden thing that is behind here. But let's say that you have I don't know, like you do go to references on something. So go to references, and that shows references down here as entries. Control J collapses the thing at the bottom, but you can also drag it down or up based on what you want. Although this log here, I don't know. I don't care too much about it. I guess it makes sense for developing the editor, but yeah, in Flow you can click on stuff a bunch. Like you can click here, you scroll, you can click. There's no right click menu, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe your side will add also a right click menu. Would you rather have the diagnostics as the default panel? I'm not sure about it either. Maybe, but obviously there would be like a history of those, right? I don't know how straightforward it is to have this stuff here. I'll say one thing though. I've been thinking about other stuff down here, and here's my current take. I have the impression that you will want. So right now, if you have diagnostics showing down here, for example, let's say that I call this log.debug nana, and I save, and it turns out that there is no debug nana. Right now, this doesn't. Oh, there we go. If I click here, it does show. So control J. So you see how right now this log here is competing for space against this other thing, which is not great in my opinion. But you can take that one out and you can be left with this. And this is nice. But sometimes, as part of the process of fixing a bug, you also want to do you also want to take all references, like give me all references. But now give me all references has eaten away the diagnostics. And if I want to switch back to the diagnostics, I lose this thing. So I don't know, maybe you can add tabs in here and it makes sense. But personally, based on my experience with Helix, so I will admit this is a preference shaped by my experiences, like by my experience with Helix. So it might not be universally optimal, but Helix does have a decent thing where these are all pop-up panels that you can close and reopen at will. So I would go to references, and I would see references as a pop-up panel, kind of like this one. So references would show up in here. And then I would be able to do stuff with references for a while, then maybe switch to go to diagnostic and then fix some diagnostics, and then maybe go back messing with references or other forms of search. And the reason why that works is because you have also open last picker, which is nice. This is space mode and then quote open last use palette. So that is not bad. Okay. To conclude, my point is that I feel like that diagnostics are something that you kinda always want to have visible. Like diagnostics can be on at the same time as everything else. And I feel like the diagnostics really belong down here. This is a really nice place to put diagnostics. I'm not so sold that the other stuff should compete against diagnostics down here. Um, for example, I think that diagnostics, you could consider diagnostics to be mutually exclusive with a debug window. So you could say that when you're running and entering debug mode in the future, once you implement it, you could probably repurpose the space down here with, I don't know, GUI for the UI for the debugger, and you're not gonna steal space because you're not looking. They're mutually exclusive, right? You're not building if you have diagnostics. At least with Zig. Yeah, but references and diagnostics. I don't know. I don't know how to reason about it. Like I don't know how to use these things otherwise. I understand how to use the pop-up menus, but I don't understand yet how to manage this. Anyway, that's my rambling feedback. Would be nice if panels and palettes were interchangeable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's your plan for the D2 TVU TUI? LibUV? Well, Neurosite has expressed an interest in contributing a D2 TUI. Actually, I don't know if he was interested in contributing it or making, his own in a separate repository. Other than that, I don't know. DVUI sort of has a libvaxis backend now. What? It does? Huh. What if you SSH to the D2 server and it presents you with a TUI? I think technically that would be feasible, wouldn't it? Jesus. That would be feasible. This is like we're going back to the BB's time. Holy shit. I mean, at that point technically it's no, I'll tell you why you can't though. Or rather, let me think a bit more. You can up to a point, maybe. I think we would need to make sure we understand properly. We need to make sure that this model is compatible with the problem where, for example, I don't want server admins to give out client executables to users. In the client, I will want to warn users about this, because then a server admin can give you a modified version of the client where you get fully man in the middle with your SSH signing stuff. That could happen. Now, if you're not doing the SSH stuff, then it's totally fine to use whatever the server gives you. Or maybe there is a way of making this work over SSH. You cannot play sound over SSH. Yeah. Well, you can't share your video. You definitely cannot do any of this stuff. There's a piece of discussion that a post that I made in the Software Recon Love Discord, where I was saying that if you were to use a TUI version of the client, what that could do is, and when you want to join a voice channel, what that would do is send you to a web page, and the web page has like a one-time access token, that kind of stuff, that voice connects you through the browser into that voice channel. So the idea is that all the multimedia stuff would be offloaded uh, to the web browser. Yeah. Hey, Buffy RP. Sorry, Buffy RP. Thank you very much. Thanks for promoting Zig. I'm building a simple password manager, and it feels so much better to have all dynamic memory in arenas and drop in C libraries rather than handling Rust, FFI, and lifetimes. Glad you're having a good time. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Curious as to the protocol plan in the web browser, using Quick or suffering with WebRTC. I don't know yet. I don't know yet which I will do. I would say that my not well informed opinion right now, and please, I would like to stress the not well part of not well informed, is that I probably will want to do WebRTC, but I also don't plan to implement all the stuff in WebRTC. So my goal would be basically to do my protocol over WebRTC. So the idea being we do one shitty WebRTC stream and then we stuff in there all our packets and we just don't give a fuck about WebRTC semantics. I feel like I don't know for sure, so I might be wrong, but I feel like there's space for us to fuck with the protocol and just, yeah, my protocol is just UDP packets. Yeah, it's UDP packets and that's it. I guess the reason why you would want to integrate better with WebRTC is so that you don't waste space, like you use its own headers in a reasonable manner. So maybe some degree of integration is necessary. But I believe there's a bajillion things that WebRTC does that we definitely don't care about. This is my protocol, by the way. Just so that we're clear, every UDP packet has a header. Header has so far 16 unused bytes, a client ID, which is 15 bits for a client ID, and 1 bit for whether it's a microphone or audio coming from a microphone or a screen share. To be clear, I haven't done any screen share real work yet. This is just me kind of prototyping the idea of having more than one active audio stream. This is not final. Probably this will have to change a little bit. Might be that we end up having to use more of the unused bits for this stuff. So then packet sequence number, then there's a timestamp, and then there's data. This was done with the assumption that we're using 1500 byte long. We assume a 1500 byte long MTU. People were saying that we should probably update this to 1280, but total. We'll see, because also that means reduce stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. And then there's a OpenStream packet, which has the usual header, and then it has a TCP client ID, like you say who you're supposed to be over TCP. There is a password that the server tells you to repeat back over UDP. The server sends you this password via one-time password via TCP, and then you're supposed to repeat it back via UDP when you send a OpenStream packet. If everything went well, then now you're registered. Like your UDP connection is registered to receive media, and media is... I think media doesn't have a packet definition because it's literally just the header followed by opus. Yeah. So far, this is what we have. Which, by the way, this is like obviously not fully designed. These are just the basics, but yeah, that's what we're doing for now. WebRTC is like trying to wrangle a bull. I don't have a bunch of experience with it, but I don't have a bunch of experience with it in the browser. I see. 492? Jesus, no. 492 is too bad. I think the argument that I think Neurosite brought up for 1280 is that because that is the guaranteed minimum MTU. Well, yeah, it's the guaranteed minimum value for the MTU value um, in IPv6. That's what he was saying. I actually have not double checked this claim, so I'm trusting your site on this. But if that's the case, then it's not a bad default value to use. Um, might be overly conservative, maybe 1500. If we I don't know, if it turns out that 1280 is too restrictive, then we can bump it up to 1500. But I don't know if those like 100 something bytes, 200 something bytes make a difference. We'll see. Yeah, of course, those things will like routers will fuck everything up all the time, no matter what. Sure, but at least it means that on average you'll get fewer problems, hopefully. MTU negotiation, holy shit. No, not now. Is that a thing that programs do? Like, do you think the Discord does MTU negotiation? I think WebRTC takes care of that for you. I see. Okay, that's awesome. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a cup of tea. It's already made. Just need to fill up my cup, and then we are going to implement the unhappy path of authentication. For now, here's what happens. I'll demo this stuff so that people you get. I'll give you the eye candy, which is not non-working software, and then we uh Path MTU discovery is a thing. Yes, you have to do it in many situations. Oh, there is Jesus. Okay, yeah. Build run. Oh, but I'm already in, right? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. So join existing. I can leave this empty. It defaults to localhost, so that's cool. This is like for development purposes. Username, I'm gonna put it a wrong username and a wrong password. I join, and I get a network error. What happened? What happened is that the client failed our authentication, queued our reply to be sent, and then nuked the connection. So we basically murdered the connection before sending our authentication error. So this is not architected correctly. In the server, we need to architect this in a better way. Not a big deal, but we have to do it. So this is what we're gonna fix now. There we go. Let's see. I'm a simpler man. I just let fragmentation happen. Mm. I mean, but in our case, so okay, so here's the question then. Uh what am I even supposed to do? Like, let's imagine that Opus packets are way bigger, well, payloads are way bigger than they are right now. And I need to send you a Opus packet over UDP. And it happens that that packet size crosses the UDP fragmentation threshold. Are you saying that it would be better if I did the fragmentation myself rather than having the network do that? It is better? I think we never covered this stuff in university, nor I've bothered learning this stuff myself. What exactly is that you can do better than the network then in that sense? Because at first sight, it's the same thing. I see you're using Helix Editor. How do you step debug into your code, if at all? I've never used the debug stuff in Helix. Also, yeah, here I'm using Helix, but I'm switching away from Helix. My editor is flowcontrol.dev. Auto-fragging auto-fragging has kernel call performance penalty. Hi, I was just wondering if you know how async IO would look like in C. Is it like calling fork and wait for input while the other process does something else? Um, how does async IO would look like in C? Well, I mean, async IO exists in C, so you can see how it looks like in exist by looking at how to use existing libraries. For example, if you look at libuv and you look at documentation and you look at, I don't know, user guide, basics, or maybe networking, here you can see how this stuff works. I think the answer is mostly callbacks. How does C do stackless? Hmm, good question. It doesn't? Oh, I don't know. Maybe somebody made something like that. I think like your null hypothesis whenever this stuff happens is callbacks, right? So here you can see on new connection. It means that somewhere there's a function called on new connection that gets called whenever this connection actually does happen. So there we go, on new connection, and then there's a dedicated function. So long story short, async in C looks like using libuv or something similar and having a bunch of callbacks. As for stackless, I don't know. Let's see, C stackless. Stackless C++20. Yeah, I think C++ has stackless coroutines, and then as usual, C just doesn't. Just doesn't. Let's see. This is a header only stackless coroutine implementation in standard C99. What? Contains an adaptation of the C++ stackless coroutine. Co-reenter, co-yield, co-fork. Wait a second. What is this shit? What is this shit? That's a sneaky callback, man. Okay, so I think this is macros plus some maybe even more evil magic. re-enter. Oh no. So yeah, I guess they have stackless coroutines based on macros. Ugh. Okay, hopefully this answers your questions. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert. Or rather, I understand the general problem space. I'm not an expert specifically to what C has. I didn't know they had this stuff. It does make sense in hindsight, like um, construct a torture the language hard enough with macros, and you can squeeze anything out of it. So that's what's happening in here. I was reading recently an article about closures in C. So there's like some GCC extensions that maybe could also be helpful in this case. In any case, I would say that's evil stuff. My recommendation is not to touch it. Let that evil lie in the darkness. Do you step debug in general? Yes, I do. In the debugger UI directly though, like you can just launch LLDB and then you can step in there. And ultimately, editor integration can be nice, I guess, but it's far from like necessary. In Zig, you can also do this. For example, I go in here and I write at breakpoint. And now when I compile this and I run this, I'll hit a breakpoint every time I hit this line. So, and you can put this breakpoint behind if statements, conditions, and you can squeeze it wherever, sorry. And so that's nice. Obviously, being able to do that dynamically at runtime, like having some kind of like conditional watch stuff in the debugger, more flexible. You don't need to recompile and rerun the program. But sometimes maybe you need that, but most times you can make do without. Just a static breakpoint will be good enough, and you can get pretty far with this. So my recommendation is, if you've never done it, learn how to use your debugger native UI. It's not going to be amazing, but it's usable, and yeah. In particular, also, I personally prefer LLDB over GDB, but it's entirely up to you. So you can hack stackless in Zig 015 using ZigCC. Oh god. Let's see. You don't know what hardware is downstream. Some of them will just drop packets. Some don't prioritize fragmented packets. On top of extra time in the kernel, the list goes on. Most hardware issues aren't too bad anymore, though. I remember trying to figure out fragmentation issues on Cisco hardware, and it still haunts me. Huh. Also, with IPv6, I think there is no fragmentation along the way to be confirmed. My memories on this are pretty vague. Oh, I also remember something like this. So you just get an ICMP. No, it's too big. Lol. Reply instead. Oh shit. So that is being sent from a random thing along the way to you, the sender, right? So I guess the server should also be listening for this type of stuff, maybe, and display a warning. Well, I don't know, like log this information, maybe. Okay. Well, thank you all. This is all insightful stuff. I have to be honest, I'm happy to learn about audio over the network. So I was delighted to do this work myself in the beginning, and I want to continue having a low level perspective on this. But I'm also happy for if at some point somebody that knows more about these specific things is willing to step in and like lead the way a little bit. So let me just get the basics working well enough. Oh, also, I didn't demo this, but I also made a change in how the protocol serialization works. For example, I used to have a bunch of serialization, deserialization code for every one of these types. which was not optimal, and I knew that it wasn't optimal, and I think I had it mainly because I don't remember all the details, but it had something to do with the problem that I was using libghosty, so not libghosty, sorry, libxcv, which was based on callbacks, which meant that if you wanted to decode a thing like a packet, you had to accumulate the whole packet in a slice of memory before you could parse it, because writing a streaming parser would be just well, you had to write an explicitly streaming parser. You couldn't just accept a reader. Like, this whole thing fucking sucked. So now I don't do that anymore. Check this out. This is chat message send, for example, has its own fields. Everything that is serializable needs to have a protocol definition in it. And whenever something is a slice, I don't assume that all slices can be U size long, and I want to be able to define how many bytes I want to use for their length. So here, for example, for a chat message send, I'm assuming that a chat message, the text can at most be a U24. I made this decision a while ago, so I haven't double checked on it recently. Maybe I'll change my mind, but for now, this is how big your text can be. And so this then gets picked up by make serialize function, make deserialize function. And in this case, this is the allocating variant because we have this stuff. For example, voice. Actually, it needs a serialized alloc because it's a message that gets broadcasted, but this guy doesn't necessarily need allocation. This guy does. So you look at this, and this function is literally, is if you've ever written anything, any kind of code like this, it's exactly what you would expect. So we see a boolean, we write it as a single byte. We see an int, we write it as itself little endian. We see an enum, cast it to an int, write it little endian. We see a union. We write the tag first, and then we write the body. We recurse to write down the body, etc., etc. Slices, I think, are interesting. So a slice, we write. Let's see, if it's U8, it's a string. Oh, right. So slices, a message cannot be a top level slice. So a slice is always going to be embedded in a struct or a union. So let's look at the struct case here. So if there's a slice field in a struct, we look in protocol sizes, how big is the int that describes its length. We write that on the cable, and then we recurse to write it like this. And yeah, that's nice. All of this works pretty well for now. So this is how you make messages over the like protocol communication in D2, and it's decent. I even have this, so I might change this in the future, but when I started this, to identify each message, like what type of message you're about to receive, I would have this first byte be a letter that tells you, so for example, call join is J, chat message send is uppercase M, channel create is uppercase C. So yeah, I gave it letters, and but you could in theory by mistake make that this is C as well. So now you have two C's. And I added this comp time code here that tries to make an enum out of those fields. And if this enum fails, you see duplicate enum field C, I know that I have a duplicate C somewhere. I would say this is pretty cool. Again, maybe this idea of having markers as letters is dumb, but so far Zig can accommodate also my weird choices. This is pretty nice. Okay, time to fix the server though. And this has to do with the authentication stuff, which is here. So here we're doing an authentication request, and on failure, we return. So the problem is we are returning and coincidentally killing the connection before we send anything out. Or use Quick and let the Quick library do this for you. Yeah, but the problem is, okay, but Blurry Cat, what you, this innocuous looking the Quick library is actually Google code, right? In practice. Not necessarily so, but it is in practice going to be Google code. Google C++ code, I bet you. That is a price. That is a big price. Yeah, don't worry. I'll probably mirror this project on both repositories. Okay, so if Quick works, then maybe Quick can be a better quote unquote transport for our protocol, because I really do not. Okay, again, I'm not very well informed. I might decide to change. I might change my mind as I learn more stuff in the future. But so far, I understand that I want to steer away from WebRTC as much as I can, and that maybe that means that Quick is a better transport for my UDP protocol when a web browser is involved than WebRTC. There's also MS Quick if you want Microsoft code, right? Oh man, there are other implementations of Quick that are not Google made. Yeah, yeah, but are they done in C or Zig? Can be amazing for log messages. Um, yeah. Nginx has 1.2 in C. Okay, okay, okay. So not all hope is lost. There's a Zig quick lib. Oh, but README smells AI. You can do UDP from browser. Well, Quick, which some people call HTTP3, is a browser protocol, let's say, that is based on UDP. HTTP1 and HTTP2 are based on TCP, but the new one is not based on TCP anymore. So yeah, you can do UDP in the browser through that. Kind of like you can do sockets with WebSockets. They need OpenSSL or another big SSL library. Well, that. Jesus. Okay. Awesome Quick. Oh no. Lots of C implementations. Lightspeed Quick. Microsoft General Purpose Cross-Platform Quick Implementation. Look at IRO. You mentioned it already. Where's IRO? Wait. Is it listed in here? Do you have a link? If not, I'm assuming that is a quick implementation. Good evening from Japan. Hello. Kyle Gaijin. Oh no, Kyle. Do people call you Gaijin to your face? I'm sorry. I have no choice but WebRTC for P2P connection. Quick is only an option if communicating with the server, right? I think this might not be correct because Quick is just a UDP protocol. So once you're able to open a UDP connection between two clients, then they can speak whatever they want. Yeah, you can kind of hack that punch through with Quick. So yeah, you can make that happen. That being said, WebRTC, I believe, is designed like it will offer you out of the box, and by offer you out of the box, I mean mainly that libraries will offer you out of the box better peer-to-peer functionality. As for whether the protocol itself lends itself so much better for peer-to-peer versus the other one, well, I mean, the other one is very bare bones. WebRTC, I think it's much more complicated. So it will internally so WebRTC will internally have more machinery for peer-to-peer, which you can, I guess, port to whatever degree you're interested over Quick if you want. But yeah, using WebRTC is in turn for the peer-to-peer aspect. You need to have something like that no matter what is the protocol. Like if you want to do peer-to-peer over UDP, you need something that can let you do rendezvous. So they don't? Okay. By the way, Kyle, so just letting you know, in case you're interested, there is a Zig Day in Osaka. So if for some reason you live not too far from it, there's a Zig Day. A Zig Day is like think of them as full day Zig events where you do collaborative programming. So there's no talks, or I don't know, maybe there can be a talk, but the point is not listening to talks. The point is going there, sitting on a desk with your laptop open, working on stuff, chatting with people, maybe helping somebody else, that kind of stuff. So just letting you know. If you live too far from Osaka, then my recommendation is, I don't know, learn more about the event format, see if it's something that you would like. Maybe see if you can attend one somehow. Maybe do travel one time to Osaka, even if it's a bit far away, and then take a look at the link down here. No Zig Day near you, become a Zig Day organizer. Wink, wink. These, by the way, these are all, it's like meetups, so they're all like organized by volunteers, by people that want to do that. Let me see if I can show some pictures. Let's see. Yeah, this was a Zig Day in Seattle, Milan. This was a Zig Day in Milan. There we go. Yeah, the second one is gone already. Sorry, but the one that happened in the past. But hopefully there will be new ones scheduled in the future. Are you going to be there? Eventually, yes. Hopefully, I live in Italy, so I'm always at the one in Milan, pretty much. I visited some other ones in Europe, but the one in Japan, eventually I would love to go visit, but it's a bit far. Not yet. Yeah. North in Iwatem? So like if you live up here, that's cool. I guess you are not affected by over tourism as much, huh? The Hicks. Nice. Well, I mean, well, anyway. Okay, let me fix my authentication stuff in the meantime. Let's see. I've been trying to study WebRTC, so Quick might be a reasonable alternative for audio-video data transfer peer-to-peer. I think it might. I think the point is, do you want to buy into all the complexity of WebRTC, but also the standardization around it? And so if you want to do that, then you want WebRTC. But if instead you are willing to reinvent the wheel a bit, maybe more than a bit, a bunch, and you don't care necessarily about integrating with the WebRTC ecosystem, then at that point, WebRTC is probably just a very uncomfortable transport for you. And so probably building something on top of Quick would be preferable. I am kind of in this situation. Like, I really don't give a flying fuck about WebRTC or the WebRTC ecosystem or, WebRTC clients. um, I just have the need for my stuff to work in the browser. So whatever reasonable transport I can find that works on the browser, my plan is to stuff my UDP protocol on that, hopefully. Obviously, there are compromises that are bad. Let's imagine that Quick didn't exist, and then you have to choose between WebRTC or WebSockets. In that case, I would be forced to use WebRTC, I think, because WebSockets being a streaming connection, not based on datagrams, and being reliable, it would be a poor fit for what I'm trying to do. But if Quick can work as a UDP-ish transport, yeah, maybe that is the best option. My plan is to do native UDP on desktop and then tunnel the protocol over Quick in the browser. I see. But Ethernet cable, what are you building specifically? Sorry, are you making a competitor? Are you building your own chat application, or are you making something different? D3. Holy shit! I got rug pulled. God damn it! I should have thought about it. I should have aimed for D3 right away. Been dreaming of one. I see. Okay, let me restart my music. And by the way, I'm not streaming music. I just have it locally. D4. There was a D4. I think there was a music player that had D4 in the name that I loved. I had it, and it made me really happy. What was that thing? No, 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 no. I am fairly sure it had D4 in the name, but it was a portable thing. Does anybody remember? It was a tiny thing with a touch screen, and you had the pen that also worked as a stand for it, as a tiny stand. And I think it was something D4. D20 for the social aspect. Hmm. For license show. Oh, that's cool. I've been using oh man, what's video.ninja for remote control of live streams. It does everything that I need for, well, extremely simple productions like Showtime. No, extremely simple doesn't even explain it. Like the utterly simplistic productions like the Showtime. Man, that thing is gone. Or maybe I'm just misremembering and it wasn't D4. I don't know why I'm interested in looking it up. I guess I'm curious if they made something new about, like, a new version of it, which I probably wouldn't buy anyway. But no, I pressed the AI button. Fuck your AI button. Boom. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was, and maybe I'm misremembering. Oh no, AI mode is back, and maybe I'm misremembering the name. Uh, maybe I'm wrong because I don't see it here, but mm. I look at that one. Actually, my thingy, I need multiple channels of audio separated from each other, remove volume control, injecting into microphone streams, a bunch more. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you want something cool. Yeah, video is definitely not something cool. Um, yeah, maybe I'm misremembering. That one, Google. Hello, Google. Oh my god. Uh, no, but it's not any of these guys. Anyway, and although I really think it had before in the name. Update your browser. Your browser isn't supported anymore. To continue your search, upgrade to a recent version. Uh, but, 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 Google san. Wait, what the heck is going on? I'm having a giant Google moment. 604. Yeah, that seems a little bit close, but it's not the one that I had in mind. I think mine was even smaller, and it pretty much didn't have almost any physical button. Um, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was D40 or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't from this company at all. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Um. Yeah. So I think that's definitely the case. If you're interested on joining the effort, I think we should have. I need to publish this, and I need to also maybe write down somewhere exactly what the plan is, so that people can decide fully if they're interested in joining or not, and they prefer doing their own thing or something else. Definitely. I would say this should, I think I should do this probably in January after the festivities, maybe after the holidays. Hmm. Okay, let's get this happening. So, authenticate request wants to send out on failure, puts a message in the client TCP queue, but then replies with an error because it wants to kill the connection. But at that point, it's over. At that point, everything is over. So what is it that we need to do? I think we need to serialize alloc. Also, why are we serializing alloc? I think we need to make a tiny writer, pump everything in the writer, and flush it, and not even flush it. We don't buffer, and then we call it. No, we do buffer. We do buffer. We flush, and then we call it a day. Yep. And we don't even serialize alloc. Okay, let's make this better. So this is the reply, authenticate reply. Then we make var buff 124 u8. Then make a buffer, and then var writer state is gonna be client.t. Oh, we get a reader. I'm assuming the TCP is set at this point, or it might not. Wait, what do we put in client up so far? Oh no. Okay, no. It does have a writer already. Okay, never mind. It does have a writer already, so we don't even have to do. We don't even have to do this work. Okay, we just need to grab a writer interface. So const w is client.tcp.writer state.interface and take pointer, and then we do w dot well, no, we do reply serialize, and we give it w, and then we do w dot flush, and then we return. And these are all tries. I think that was actually way simpler than I expected it to be. There's no serialize in reply. Only serialize unlock? Well, guess what? Actually, just serialize. No serialize unlock ever. I have all these variants, so I can just call the right one. There we go. There's no serialize unlock in. Oh, but this one wants serialize unlock. Okay, so we can have both. Fine. It makes sense for the second one to be unlock. Okay. Are we happy? This is the client, so it doesn't matter whether we're happy or not in there. Are we happy in the server? Async build serve slash. Oh, let's do the echo. Server run. Okay. Run the client. Join existing. Got this wrong. Authentication failure. That is correct. So we don't get network error. We get an authentication failure. Like the client doesn't show that in a beautiful way. But we have correctly received an authentication failure reply. I think on authentication failure, we should not kill that menu. I think we should keep this open and then just show the authentication failure outcome in here, instead of showing it in here. So let's see if we can do that, or like if it's complicated, then I won't do it because it's not super important right now. But if it's easy to do, let's try empty.zig. Yeah, these are some status messages. Missing username. We press host join. Oh, whenever we press host join, then we immediately turn this off. That is interesting. Yeah, we will need to change this to keep the window on and then display the status in the window, not outside. I think this is not too horrible to do. Let's see. Welcome font style if host had. This is the in progress host add. Let's change this to in progress. Host join. In progress host join. Yeah, we have it in here. If get is success, then we remove it. Giving our status message, and then we print it. We don't do this here. We do it here. Missing username. If in progress host join status, blah, blah, blah. We do state. Message is, oh, this is if clicked. Okay, this might need to be moved somewhere else, but message is at tag name. Oh, no, we had it. What was I doing? MSG, there we go. Okay, so this goes away. This, okay, we need to decide where to put this stuff. this is where we print it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Floating window header, blah blah blah, print this other stuff. Then there's this label that shows state of error message. And then on click here we process on click error messages. I think we need else. Maybe. Yo, I've seen your browser history. Okay. To do, we should not be discarding this. What are we discarding? Oh, this future. Yes. Oh, because I'm the cable that carried it. I see. Well, you can't hide from your Ethernet cables, can you? I guess you would think that Wi-Fi saves you, but not even Wi-Fi is safe because your chances are that you're still gonna have an Ethernet cable somewhere in the mix. So, yeah. I think that we might have some life cycle issues here if we're not careful, but whatever. We can face them once we see them. So we look at the progress house join. We set the error message to this. But I think, you know what? Instead of an else, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Instead of an else, we just do this early. And then if these guys need to override stuff, they can. So let's do it here. If join, blah, 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 grab the tag, message. And instead of doing this false, we don't do it here. Oh, this is on click. No, but that's fine. We do want to do this here, but this should go in here, which we need to move. Actually, those maybe are not even good. Okay, let's see. Fuck it. Let's see how this goes. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so far so good. Now we see authentication failure in here. We can do it multiple times, which is good. Let's try also network errors. So network error. I mean, it's not a particularly different code path. Let's now see what happens if we make it happy. So that's Christoph. That's banana. Join. It did show connected and then it switched. And we're in. We have a default voice channel. We should have also a default text channel. And I'm admin. I'm online. So for people that have never seen this view, there you go. If you ever wondered what art looks like in form of GUI, this is it. I can promise you, I should have this disclaimer. I'm using a library called DVUI. It's immediate mode GUI library written in Zig. Despite what you're seeing here, I can promise you, you can make good looking things with it. That's just not what I was doing. Just so you know. Yeah, worst DVUI demo ever. I agree. I know. I'm not doing it justice. Anyway. Yeah, I have an appliance. So it's the I don't know what you call it in English. You know when you have your in your kitchen, you have your fire thingies, and usually on top of it, there's a thing that sucks up vapors and the thing that sucks up vapors and I don't know fumes. The stove hood, fume hood. Yeah, that beautiful thing. When you turn it on, that kills my connection drops. My Ethernet connection drops. Uh, it used to not be a problem, but now it is. It kills my Ethernet connection. No cooking and browsing. Yeah. Range hood. Well, anyway, uh, we succeeded, by the way. So this works. This works. Maybe we can do something. Maybe we can improve this UI a little bit more. Um, test. Test. Uh, it's a bit weird that it keeps sending stuff because I think it should not be sending when I'm not saying anything. I don't know why we kept receiving stuff. Or maybe we do keep receiving stuff and it's not music was coming through. Okay, but I muted myself at some point. Let me try again. Test. Oh. This is the fucked up version. So uh oh, you know what it might be? Then okay, here's a question. When you guys say that music was coming through, was it like that you were hearing it from my headphones? Or do you think that it was part of the mix? No, it cannot be part of the mix. Otherwise, you would be hearing it constantly from my microphone, I think. Yeah, no, there is no music on stream. Yes, there is music in my headphones right now, which you might hear through this. It's very possible, but there's also a chance that I have a complicated audio interface uh no headphone leakage. You don't think that was it? Okay, let's try. Well, let me restart this because I don't know if you noticed, but the thing that disables and restarts the audio interface is broken, and sometimes it restarts the audio interface in a shitty way. And if I try to restart it 3 times in a row, it just dies. So there's something wrong in the audio stuff that I need to fix. Okay, I'm moving my headphones away. Let's see what happens now. Test. Holy shit! Wait, nothing happens. Oh, we killed the server. Programmer bug called syscall error. Oh, I think that is fair. I think what happened here is that I have some missing cleanup stuff. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fair. I'll get to it. Okay. I think you're hearing it through the mix. Yeah. You're hearing it through the mix. Well, that's something that I need to fix then. And the reason why okay. Here's why it's not something that you hear always. It's because I have the same audio interface connected via USB-C. It's uh, mm, a Rodecaster Duo thing. So it has two audio interfaces connected to both computers at once, and this Rodecaster Duo secondary is it's a secondary mix, and I probably have it misconfigured. So through it, you hear music. Have fun, Penguin. Okay, so one mystery solved, I guess. Okay, let's continue our adventure in. No, continue our adventure in implementing basic functionality because we still have some more missing. So this is fine. I like that this outcome is in here. Probably we could make this better. But yeah. Authentication failure. Run host connect exited. So this is good. What we want to do next? We could work on the UI a little bit more, try to make it better. Let's do this. Let's add a little bit more scaffolding in database.zig in init. So let's, just like we add a default voice channel, let us add also a default chat channel. It's as simple as that. Server name banana, admin name Christoph, admin pass banana. Same ID. Oh shit. Thank you. I have to say this stuff is terribly type unsafe. Holy cow. I mean, password and in usage. Oh wait, init is returning. Init is not init is not no return. That's cringe, man. Hmm. There we go. Right. There we go. We have a default chat channel and a default voice channel. There we go. So we have this working kind of. Okay. We need to reset this buffer. I think that I'm using this buffer in the completely wrong way right now. Also, we can test slow mode. So we can do the echo and then D is slow. And now everything in the server is going to be slow. Everything takes 1 second. Also, I hate this print is fucked up. Let's fix also that print. In run, in load, where's load? Load. Oh, init. Database init. Okay, that makes sense. Loaded voice chat, any voice. No. F. Let's go give voice chat a formatter. Let's give chat channels a formatter. So chat protocol the init pub function format chat w. Oh shit, I can't make pointers. Yeah. IO writer. That's it. Okay, there we go. We need to do the same for voice. No function name formatting voice. I know we're doing it now. Format voice. There we go. Okay, give me something good. Expected. Oh. Oh, this one has it. But what is your problem? Oh, I have curlies. Right. Since I'm having curlies, you know what? Let's not do curlies then. Let's do this. I mean, I could still do curlies. I just need to double them up, but might as well switch to parentheses, which ultimately are nicer. I should have gone for those right away. Hey, Laurie, is any plan making ZLS part of Zig itself, or it keeps going this way? Perfect. So now this is nice. Plan making ZLS part of Zig itself. There will be some language server function. Well, not strictly language server, but like there will be some code intelligence functionality, a lot of code intelligence functionality that currently does not exist. That will be in the compiler itself. And ZLS will be able to use those compiler language intelligence features in the Z compiler to give you better diagnostics as a language server. But the Zig compiler will never speak language server directly, or at least that's not the plan. So ZLS will still exist to provide, at the very least, the language server protocol bridging. But also, I suspect there will be some things that a language server should do that the Z compiler will not offer. So the Z compiler will offer that's my suspicion. But my suspicion, based on my experience writing other language servers, is that there will be some language intelligence stuff that the Z compiler will offer, which maybe some of which will be even outside the scope of what language servers do. But there will be probably, I suspect, some things that a language server does that the Z compiler will not offer. So those will be probably still inside of ZLS, meaning the ZLS, I suspect, will not just be a, very thin bridge, a very thin protocol bridge. I think we'll still have to do some stuff. But I don't know, we'll see. But in general, Z compiler will do some work, but it will not speak language server. So ZLS will keep existing. Or, maybe not. Maybe ZLS won't keep existing. I don't know. But a separate language server implementation will keep existing. Okay. What does the VUI offer for layouts? Is it like Raylib where you set location manually? There is a concept of sizing things automatically and gravity to center things or not center things. There's a talk from David that you can watch where he explains this stuff. So if you check this out. Here he talks about, it's actually a very long episode. We didn't plan for it to be this long originally. But people had a ton of questions, and we ended up going in detail into a bunch of things, including layouting, I believe. Okay, how is YouTube doing? Is YouTube goner? No, YouTube is fine, right? Okay. Okay, so we have pretty printing, which is nice. Let me see. No, not this one, this one. So we have this pretty printing, which is nice. Loaded chat, loaded voice chat. Info, server started, new connection, client authenticated successfully, queued 2 replies, TCP read started, TCP write started, got 1 message to send, delightful. Okay, so authentication, I believe, at this point is done with, this current implementation of it, which is incomplete, but what is there is fully working. Next, let's fix sending messages. And let's implement make login suffixes mandatory for logging in. I think that is an interesting idea, but I don't think I want to do that right away. I'm happy with having these usernames, like these user identities, be a lot more prototyped. In any case, there's no worry about this because I don't plan to add right away the ability to migrate your server config. So every time we're going to make a change to the schema, the assumption will be that you're going to nuke your server and start it again from scratch for a while more. Eventually, we'll make this stuff more durable. But for now, you just nuke and start fresh again. And so, yeah, there's no worry. Okay. Yeah, let's get messages working because right now, this is the behavior. Oh, right. I have slow mode. Check this out. You send a message. It shows up grayed out because the UI, this is client side. Like the client knows that there's this pending message and it knows how to I don't know what the term for it would be. How to converge with the server once the server sends it back to you. That's the stuff. Reconcile. It knows how to reconcile with the server. But this should not be like this. Also, all images are gone. Maybe we should try also to figure out how to reinstate images. I forgot what was the last conclusion about not supporting direct messages. Was it that the server doesn't store them or that the server doesn't forward them at all? Now, the thing is that if you implement direct messages over D2 servers, well, at that point, you have the problem where somebody sends you a DM. Well, people are sending you DMs. When they are sending you DMs, through which server do they send it? It's unclear. Let's say that me and you share 2 different servers. Which one do we pick? You could, obviously you could make you can pick one, I guess, the oldest one, whatever. But the point is that then let's say that instead we do share only one server, then you get kicked out of that server, or I do, and then we don't have any server in common anymore. Now we can't DM anymore. DMs are broken. Route directly to client. No. Route directly to client means that you can only send messages when you're online. Like all the MSN. Yeah. No, you also know what? This whole thing is a completely broken idea, because in modern times, you don't have only one client, you have multiple clients, and you expect to have a consistent view across all your clients. So it's absolutely, it's not good enough nowadays. Not good enough at all anymore. Where does the data live? Is it only on the client? Is there a home server that backs it all up? Okay, Ethernet cable. I'll give you the full overview then. Here's the idea. D2 is, imagine kind of like Discord, but instead of being aimed at gamers, it's aimed mainly at, let's say, open source software development teams. Where the open source part obviously doesn't necessarily mean much, but let's say that it's for something like the Zig core team, or yeah, I know, but I'll just repeat the whole picture also for the benefit of other people that are watching who might not have heard it all yet. So it's mainly aimed at those people, but at the same time, I don't want to make it overly technical for no reason. So for example, I'm not going to default to logging in via, like, authenticating via SSH keys. I want also normal people to be able to use this thing. It's self-hosted, so kind of like TeamSpeak, people set up their own servers, and if you join from your client 2 different servers, you will have 2 separate identities because there is no federation, there is no global thing. With a star, we'll get back to that in a moment. So from this perspective, the M's have the problem that if you store the M's inside of, or use any one self-hosted server to move the M's around, then the moment that you disconnect, like that you get kicked out of that server, you lose those DMs. Peer-to-peer DMs are not an option because I don't want to degrade the Discord experience. In Discord and most, if not all, modern chat applications, first of all, I don't lose DMs because I left the server, but also, point number 2, I have a consistent view across all my devices. So peer-to-peer DMs has the problem that you will be connected at any point in time with one client, not with all of them. So if I'm connected on my desktop computer and I receive a DM, I want later on to be able to find it also on my phone. So peer-to-peer, not a thing. Using servers, I would say also not a thing, because there's also the problem of like, why should the Discord server admin shoulder the cost of your DMs? Which, to be fair, it's probably not a big cost. So we could have the server owners shoulder that cost, but still, why should they? On top of that, another feature that is important. No, but I want to have the M's. My point is, I don't want to have a shittier version of this stuff. I want the M's. And we can have the M's. We just need to design for it. So it's just the idea is that DMs do not work through servers at all. And this goes back to the asterisk that I mentioned earlier. My idea right now is to do this. There is one centralized entity, which is completely optional. You don't have to use it, but there is one centralized entity that will do DMs for you, and also private calls. Private calls, by the way, are another thing that I want to have that shouldn't go through servers. If I and another person, or 2 people or 5 people, want to have a private voice call, just like you can have in Discord, you can have direct calls that are also with a group of people that is not connected to any specific Discord server. I want to be able to do that. We could have one common server shoulder the computational and network cost of hosting that group call, But it's weird. And so the idea is when you want to do this, you use the centralized entity servers basically. Think of it as I don't know. Well, think of it as nothing. That's it. That's it. No analogies. So that's the idea. And my idea is that for the M, and then you can never sign up for that stuff. You won't have the M's, but it's fine. You can use just the one server and just chat with people through the server. Or if you want it, then maybe it's something that you pay for that doesn't cost much. I don't know, like 5-10 euros a year or something like that. I don't know if people remember how much you had to pay for WhatsApp in the past. Something like that. And yeah, and that's it. And that way you have the good experience. That way you have everything. I do think that trying to come up with some half-assed way of doing DMs that doesn't work on all devices, that gives you an inconsistent view, that makes you lose messages because you got kicked out of a server. Like the fact that you lose the fact that you lose your ability to message somebody via DMs, like a reason why DMs exist is also so that you can chat with people even if they go away, right? Somebody has left the community that you were in, but you exchange messages directly, like you built a relationship with them. You want to be able to maintain a relationship even if they left the communities that you both were in the past. And I think it would be so dumb to design a DM system that also loses that property. So that's the idea. Are you aware of the Yggdrasil network? I don't know. I don't think I'm interested, probably. I don't want any weird peer-to-peer complicated federated stuff. I think that this is a use case best solved by one centralized entity. Also, the managing this type of stuff at scale requires you to also like have certifications. Like you need to follow GDPR. You need to do some serious work, and I don't think this is something that should be this. I think that properly doing DMs requires an entity that does that, as a job. That's my take. I think it needs to solve also non-purely technical problems. But if you have a link, I'll take a look. That said, I want to make sure we're clear on the fact that I'm very skeptical of peer-to-peer-ish, federated-ish stuff. One second, let me check one thing. Uh, which version of LLVM are we on Master Branch? Are we on LLVM 22? Is that a thing? Here I'm on 21x. Mm-hmm. Does it say in here somewhere? I think it should, right? We're on 21. Okay, interesting. Okay. Let's see. With the centralized service, would users be able to host their own and switch to their own central server for DMs? No, that's federation. No, because so here's the thing. I that would have to be federation because that means that you have DM host providers. I think that is a recipe for disaster. First of all, because then it means that you as an entity, you're now an entity that hosts DMs. I guess maybe just for yourself, but there's also some of that in the mix. Um, but more importantly, it just makes stuff jankier. Like somebody tries to send you a DM and then it fails because your shit is down, like because the cat unplugged your router, or worse, it succeeds because they were able to submit the DM on their end, and maybe it go through, maybe it's async the delivery, so they see a success on their end, but then failed on the second half, and so what do? We send back a message to we send a like system DM back that says, "Sorry, we could not deliver your email." It's so janky. What is the point? Like, I think that the reason why none of these alternative messaging models have really took off is because they have so many useless failure modes. What is there to gain? Really, what is there to gain? The point is that if the D2 Central LLC goes under, you have an alternative. Sure, but you can have something like that. Well, wait a second. The fact that you can self-host your stuff doesn't mean that everything will keep working instantly, transparently if the, let's say, the D2 LLC goes down. But this thing is going to be open source, so you can always fork. Like if the D2 Central LLC dies, you can fork it and just you don't even have to fork even that much. You fork it and then change the hard coded host names to something else. So my point is that this is not meant to die if the D2 Central LLC dies, but I really don't see the reason to have an open market for this stuff where I suspect that all the open market alternatives are either gonna, like, they're just gonna fuck it up. That's my point. But then all the people using D2 will have to switch over to a new client. Um, yeah. Just don't want Mastodon style DMs where the DMs are shared with the hoster as nothing is encrypted. Yeah, there's also that. Now, here's another reason to have a centralized thing that can provide you paid features. And by paid features, I don't mean like stupid bullshit to milk you for money. I mean like smaller services that have a cost for which you pay for. Think of I think a nice model for this is Obsidian. Obsidian is free, it's open source, and then if you want, you can pay for their sync system, which is completely optional, but you pay for, but because it gives you, a concrete service. So another thing could be, I mentioned voice calls. So for example, a centralized thing gives you voice calls. On top of that, here's another one that could be interesting. I think Obsidian is open source, is it not? Am I wrong about this? At least some of it is open source, I think. Okay, then never mind. Obsidian is not open source. Okay, I didn't know that. At this point, I just make email 2.0 with voice support. No, that's a good point. That's kind of what I want to avoid. I think that email is, I mean, it's good for email to be as it is, kind of, not perfect. But I think it's good to have federated stuff. It's just that I don't want to make federated stuff in this sense right now, in it, like for this thing. And I think that in a sense, it's not exactly federation, but the point is that the meat of it is self-hosted. And then for DMs, I think there are enough. If you want to have a good experience, actually, I keep saying good experience, but maybe that doesn't convey what I'm going for. My point is, you need to have a great experience when it comes to this stuff. My point is to have an experience that is equal or superior to what you already have with Discord, for example. And I think it can be achievable. And I think that self-hosting servers is a superior experience to what Discord offers you. But for DMs, you need something like that. Sorry, here's another service that I think a centralized system could offer you. So you know how if you are inside, if you join 10 different servers, that means that you have to open 10 TCP connections, because each server will require its own TCP connection. If you join 20 servers, you will need to open 20 TCP connections. You see how scalability is not the greatest. One thing that the paid stuff, optional paid stuff could offer you is basically proxying, where the idea is you open just one connection to this thing, and then this thing connects to the other things for you. So that if you're on a mobile phone, for example, you don't have to, your phone doesn't have to set up 20 connections every single time. It just sets one up with the proxying thing, and the proxying thing ferries all the data for you, which is a thing that you get from Discord. Like, one nice thing from Discord is that you don't have a bajillion TCP connections, because there is no one-to-one mapping between Discord servers and, physical servers, which would be the case for D2. I think there's more than just that. I think there's more stuff. Where's the link? Look at the GitHub pages. This thing? They have a Matrix channel, so they don't like good stuff, but okay. I'm assuming that this is it. 183 stars. Yeah, no, I don't want peer-to-peer stuff. I'm sorry. It's just, it's like Tor. Yeah, but I don't want that stuff. I don't want any of that stuff. I think you're pretty much guaranteed that your messaging system is not going to go anywhere when you have that stuff in the mix, because it necessarily requires a level of complexity and overhead and failure modes, like all the different kinds of weird failures that you're gonna get, you just don't get with a server in the middle. Most hosters need some access to the content hosted on their service to prevent it to be used for illegal content on their network. That is fair. And I think that is another reason to not ask D2 servers to host DMs, for example. So I'm guessing you're answering the comment about the one from CryptoCode, I think, the one about not being like Mastodon, where your DMs are linked uh, to the instance owner leaked. Yeah, I mean, this is reasonable tension, right? This is a reasonable problem. It's understandable. This problem is inherent to what you're trying to do. On one hand, you want privacy. On the other hand, whoever has to host the data needs to be able to do, let's call it due diligence. Either that or you do end-to-end encryption. Anyway, I think this stuff is better suited for a single entity. And then if the entity dies, you fork the project and you dies, or I don't know, you fucking hate their guts, then you fork it and you make your own thing. Or, it's open source. So then you watch some political guy make a political stink about, I don't know, something that has very little to do with the system. And then they make their own version that is definitely going to be superior. But such is life, I guess. Do you stream every single day? Maybe not every single day, but I do stream fairly often, yes. Started learning Zig yesterday. Love the fact that structs can have methods, yeah. But why does printing to std out or creating a linked list has such complex syntax? Noob here. So why does printing to std out or creating linked list has such complex syntax? I can answer one question of yours with a video. Let's see if there's blog post. Where is printing Zig? Yeah. So never mind, not a video, a blog post. I'm gonna send it on YouTube since you're asking from YouTube. So this is about printing. As for creating linked lists, it's because we don't have generic syntax, and you get generic syntax from calling a function that returns a type. It might seem complex syntax, but technically it's actually the opposite because you're not used to it, probably. But it's actually less syntax. In other languages, if you want to do generics, you have like diamond brackets, you have extra syntax for generics. And in Zig, you just do not. You just reuse the normal language. So, yeah, you have to do more work in a sense. That is fair. But, yeah. Yeah, once they click, you're good. I used to always think Obsidian is open source. Man, okay, never mind. I also misremembered. Well, setting that aside, though, I think that Obsidian is a very reasonable thing, though, right? You can use the tool pretty much for free. You can buy the sync stuff from them. You actually don't even have to, because if you're fine without the syncing or you do some other external syncing, you're fine. But they don't have this thing where they offer you, self-hosted syncing entities, blah blah blah, and it's a lot of complexity for no reason. I'm using the sync stuff and it works fine. I mean, sometimes I do have duplicated lines when I'm using my phone, because I think I type something up and then I tab out quickly or I lock it, and I think that iOS is very aggressive in killing TCP connections from applications when you lock the phone. So sometimes I get some entries that are duplicated. That could probably be improved. But how can I say? This is like I think it's a software, it's an algorithm problem. Like, they need a better reconciliation algorithm. But architecturally, I think that sync is flawless. And Yeah. I really think that a lot of alternative things never go mainstream because people get too fixated into adding federation and a bunch of other things that just end up giving you a worse final user experience. Uh, let's see. Will D2 servers provide the ability to expose channels and threads over HTTP so that they can be indexed? That is a great question. So I think the answer is probably yes. Here's the idea. You've already seen this in Discord. You can have channels of different kinds. You can have text channels, chat channels, which is let's say the default of these kinds of applications. You can have voice channels, and voice channels work very differently than chat channels. You can have variants of these things. You can have a stream channel where there's one person speaking, screen sharing with their screen sharing turned on. It's kind of like joining Twitch, but it's in D2 if you want. Not saying that necessarily, oh my God, we're going to disrupt Twitch. No, but my point is you can do it. You can have a chat, you can have a channel where everything is necessarily threaded. You can have a forum style channel. You can have a threaded channel that is also published over HTTP. You can have a channel that works like IRC, where you need to be online to see the contents, and when you're offline, you don't receive those messages. When I say online, offline, it could even be something where you have to be tabbed into that channel to receive those messages. And if you're not tabbed into that channel, you lose everything that's being said. You can have a channel with messages that auto-destroy after a given amount of time. You can have a channel that you can have a voice channel, kind of like Ventrilo. Does anybody remember when you would be able to do in Ventrilo the thing where it integrates with a game and your volume is changed based on the concept of your position in the game world? So you could even have, like, you could have in Ventrilo like a bajillion people all in the same voice channel, but then you would only be able to hear people that were quote unquote physically next to you in the game. Proximity voice. Yeah, you can have it all. You can have it all. Now, are all these ideas good ideas? Probably no. Some of them I think are probably terrible ideas. But you can come up with all these things, and I do think that a D2 server should also have an HTTP side. I think that a D2 server, not necessarily so, but I think that we should assume that D2 is hosted behind a domain, which I think in practice, like concretely speaking, we will want to leverage Let's Encrypt a bunch. We'll want to have a web page. You will want to, like, it now. It's in the past maybe people didn't do this much. Like there used to be a time where you would join a TeamSpeak server by passing around IP addresses and port numbers. But nowadays, I think it's a reasonable assumption to say that if you want to set up a D2 server, you kind of have to get a domain so that you tie it to a domain. Again, how hard of a requirement to make it, I don't know. If we can get away with not making it a harder requirement, then it's better. But I think it's a requirement. It's a reasonable assumption that you will have a domain at your disposal. And so the idea that people join your community also via the domain name, and there is something on the domain name that is publicly accessible, seems reasonable. You can make a chat channel where entries are published on a public RSS feed, or vice versa. You can make a channel that pulls entries from an RSS feed. So you can make all these things, right? That's the beauty of having a system that is open source. You can implement all these things. Obviously, D2 in this case specifically is my project, so you have to deal with me. with all the good and bad that comes from that. So if I don't like your channel idea, I'm not gonna add it to D2. But again, you can always fork, and your fork doesn't even have to be the hardest of forks. Like you can even have a soft fork that just does the weird thing that you like for yourself and your friends, and it's fine. Or hard fork if you want. That's also fine, I guess. So yeah. Proximity voice is a ton of fun, but also a monetization nightmare. You can have, I guess you can have a channel that opens a 3D game if you want. And I don't know, and like it opens into the Zig Minecraft. Does anybody remember that somebody's making a Minecraft in Zig? I shouldn't be using the word Minecraft because it's not exactly a Minecraft. There we go. Was it Zigcraft or was it something else? No, this one is stuck at 9 months ago. No. There's one that is more actively developed. Does anybody remember what's the name? Cubids. Yeah, I think it's Cubids. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, check this out. So you make a you make a D2 channel that starts an embedded instance of this game, and then you just stay in that time and play. Again, that's probably a stupid idea, but my point is that you're gonna do a lot of shit. Yeah, this project is very far along. Yep. You can collect building marks and progress through a variety of ores when exploring the underground. So yeah. So you can do all these things. And in my case, this is going to be my guiding light. Like my design process is going to be mainly focused on what it is that you would want to have as a group of software developers that you don't get out of Discord and similar applications. So, for example, Zulip doesn't have voice chats, which I think are great. Discord has voice chats, but you want to do RSS feeds? You want to pull from an RSS feed or push to an RSS feed? Good fucking luck, because the bots suck and are third party. They suck and they want money, like the trifecta. You want to push to an RSS feed? Again, I think it has to be a bot. You can have Discord does not have patch queue channels. Yeah, like that kind of stuff, like a devlog. Also, I have content discuss, but if your community is big enough, in our case, the Software Inc. Love Discord server is not active enough to really need any big change. But imagine that you have a more active community than what I do, and you want to have something like content discuss, but you want it to work with upvotes because you want something that you probably want a like freshness system that makes it work kind of like, for example, lobsters. Something wasn't plugins. Plugins. Yeah, you could also do something like that. I would not right away, but I would be open to the idea in the future. Yeah, something like you can make your channels as wasn't plugins. We would need to make sure that distribution of these things is not like a nightmare, but I mean, the server can send those. I mean, we're going back to Quake. You know, when you connect it to a Quake server, and then there would be this phase where it downloads all the weird maps that they had running, all the weird mods, that I had on. So like you connect to a D2 server and you download all the weird WASM channel types. But sure, sure. I think that obviously these things, you know, you don't do it for the nostalgia, but those were not bad ideas. And probably some of these systems, I mean, if you want to have support for dynamically loadable channel types, then you necessarily need to be able to distribute the machine code for this stuff. And I mean, who's gonna send you this stuff? Like, you can ask users to go download each one of these things manually if you want, but it's not the optimal experience. And so ultimately, the server should send you it, all these things. Although there's the question of how will this stuff work with the phones, because I don't know if you can put a WASM interpreter in your iOS application, for example, to make it run arbitrary payloads. We would have to see. Oh, that reminds me. Here's another reason why a centralized entity might be useful. Damn phone notifications. I don't think you can have. I might be wrong, but I'm not sure if you can get iOS notifications or Android notifications from a mobile application without a centralized entity. I don't think you can have a phone application that connects to a random server and then it starts receiving notifications from it. Because I believe that the ability to send push notifications to your phone has to go through the identity of the application, the mobile phone application developer. I know that you can do you can do phone notifications via progressive web apps, but I think even in this case, you still have the same problem. But maybe everybody could set their own. Okay, I'm not sure about this one, but I think phone notifications might also be a problem. You need to share an API key. Yeah, but I don't think that the API key that you're mentioning is something that you're allowed to share or that you're supposed to share. Unified push might be a solution everywhere else. Yeah. Okay. Web XDC apps in Delta chat. You can run quick the arena over Delta chat. um, I mean, I said this mostly as a joke. I don't think it's a great idea to have these complicated stuff, but yeah. Okay, so what are we doing next? All right, we need to fix chat messages. So let's look at the chat panel and let's see what we're doing wrong. We're definitely doing wrong stuff in here. Also, there's a bunch of stuff that is still commented out. All the images are commented out because we don't know how to display them anymore. We should try to restore these avatars. We should really try to restore these avatars. Okay, let's look at the input bar. Where's the input bar? Send bar. Okay, send bar. Put it at the bottom. Text entry, event pressed. In.getText. Right, but this doesn't really work anymore. Also, are we not? Oh, there we go. We're doing this, but it's too late. Huh. So I think we need to copy the message out. So we need to do this here. We need to dupe it. I think this can be maybe instead of gpa.dupe, we do the same thing that we were doing in empty, which I think is more efficient. And in any case, we can hard code. Oh, 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 oh. Wait, that's bad. How many times are we duping this shit? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's make something better. Let's make something better. So var m buff. How big do we make it? I don't know. How many characters do we allow? 4,000 something? Also, not really characters. We're talking bytes here. Yeah, infinite dupes, man. I I wasn't doing a good job there. Let's say that we do, I don't know, 1096 bytes for starters, and then we do var message equals, or just call it text. Maybe we call it text. We call it text. So text equals it's a slice, and it's undefined, and in here um I think we can tell this guy to use our buffer. In options, use this slice of bytes, cannot add more. Buffer dynamic array list internal. I think we can do this. Whoops. How the heck did I do this? So dot buffer is mbuff. Let me double check that I'm doing this right. Yeah, I'm not doing this right. Oh, it's text buffer. Okay. Okay, so we use our buffer. Text is undefined. And now we do text is trimming new lines from in get text. Okay. If text.len, try message send, and we pass down text. Now we need to dupe this thing though. Who dupes? Who dupes? Who does the duping? Also in here, how do we tell this thing that it to reset everything? In len.0, maybe? Well, let's do it here. Dupe. It's probably a better idea to not do that and have message send do the duping if it needs to. Yeah, you know what? Actually, this guy doesn't even care about text surviving match because we are doing serialization right away. So The message were not scheduled for sending and should be left untouched in the UI text input element, letting the user know that more resources must be freed in order to be able to complete the operation. Okay, so that's how we design this thing. So no duping. No duping at all, which is good. Also, we're not really following the error messages stuff, but it's okay. Um, well, let's see how it goes. Unused local constant. Oh, good, I guess. Right. So this is the problem with this. The problem with this is that the management is different. When you provide your own buffer, the management is different. So let's see if we can make it work. I guess these need to be globals. We make them globals. We set text. Use this life of bytes. Cannot add more. Text option. Internal cache layout. Break lines. Kerning. Multi-line. Text. Len usize. So I'm not sure I understand really how you're supposed to use this. The problem is that it's a like two-way synchronization. So we don't do this anymore. So this cannot be undefined. I think this should start as an empty slice. And then we say that text.len is actually let's do it pointer to mbuff. Let's say mbuff 0 0. So an empty slice that points at mbuff, and then we change len to be in.len. Each channel can have a different message to draft, in my opinion. That is a good point, right? We should probably add that eventually. Yeah. I'm not going to do it now because I can't even get the basic stuff work, but yeah. I'm really not clear on how you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to sync this stuff. Because here I create the text entry. Here I'm giving to text the length. So the UI needs to remember its own length. And I pull it from it. But then here I reset this length if it's clicked. Oh, you know what? I guess we can do this before the init. In any case, we're not rendering anything, so we can init this stuff afterwards. We don't do this anymore. Okay, the trimming is broken now, but did we make the rest work? Man, slow mode is not helping. Let's remove slow mode. Okay. It's not resetting though. How do you reset this? I guess it used to be that you could reset this. I guess there's a method for it now. Match event, process events, draw cursor, widget data, rect 4, screen rect scale, text changed, removed. This might be it. Text changed, removed. Text change added. Inserting text is at a single point in the previous frame's indexing. Oh, I guess this is for cut and paste, I think. Text changed. Only needed when cache layout is true. We are maintaining an interval of bytes from the last frame plus the total number of added might be negative in that interval. This is sent to text layout, so it will process at least this internal. Text get text. Oh no, deprecated in favor of text get. Okay. Returns text as a slice of the making storage. The return slice is valid after the init, and it's only invalidated by events or functions that change the text, like text set or paste. Oh, so this is what we want. Text set to an empty slice. So that means that we don't need to provide our own buffer if we do this. Let me see if we can simplify this then. Then we're happy with the internal buffer. We're happy with the internal buffer. We don't need to copy it beforehand. Put it in here. You know what? Let's undo so that we can recover some of the code that I deleted. Okay. So we can call get text, but then we do text set. Also, this needs to become text get. And then text set. Text set. Okay, let's see if this is better. Yo, it works. Okay. So we're able to send messages again. The fact that the UI has separate selections, this is funky. I think this texting is they all need to coordinate. I don't know how that should work, but there need to be like I don't know, selection contexts where these guys should all exist in the same selection context, and thus only one selection at a time. What happens if you copy with the multiple selections? Oh fuck, it's garbage, so I don't know what it copied. It copied the second one. It didn't copy both of them. Okay, so we got this a little bit better on this side. You know what is the next big thing? See realization on the server side. Right now, these are being stored in memory, but there's no connection to the database. And we need to put these bad boys in our SQL tables. And we need to change this stuff to fetch messages from memory. So, yeah. That I think is the next thing. Also, at some point, I need to have lunch. So how does this work in the server? Chat message send. No, that's not what I wanted. This one is what I wanted. So client, when we receive a message, we deserialize the message, the client message. Let's say a chat message. So we deserialize the protocol message. This gives, we try to fetch a chat. We try to fetch the chat that was mentioned in the server. Notice this delightful hard unwrap. That is probably a bad idea for something that has been sent to you over the network. So this will probably be made better. And then we make a new message and we add it in there. Messages is a auto array hash map where we index by message ID. I think this should be completely gone. Well, have a good night. Bye, Ethernet cable. So I think this needs to be completely gone and entirely replaced with basically this stuff being on in the database. There is really no reason for us to keep an in-memory representation of messages that is long-lived and not just fetched from the database unless it's for the purpose of caching, and caching is something that you should design once you understand what your needs are. You don't understand what our needs are yet. So I think this should really be goner. This should really be goner, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, indeed, it add get really the stuff for messages. Nope. I think messages are gone. We keep servers around, but sorry, channels around, but we don't really do that. Maybe we can give them methods that expect to be given a DB instance. Oh, that might be actually it. Maybe this is the thing. Yeah. We also need to worry about how this thing should work on the client, because on the server it's obvious that we are fine with keeping this stuff in the database first, but on the client we that's not true on the client, because on the client so yeah, you know what, maybe these messages need to become a client only thing. I mean, this representation needs to be a client only thing, because I think that the client wants to have like I guess there are two ways in which you can look at it, right? One is the client does not have any persistence whatsoever and it only has this. Or the client does have persistence, but then it will need caching right away because you don't want to fetch from the database at every repaint of the UI. So I think we turn these stuff into client only, and for the server, into the server we give um to the server we give instead database adapt based operation. That seems good. Let me do this now. So just like this guy has this, so this is the client only representation, which contains messages. And then the server instead has server only, basically. This also has skip. And here we have server only. Server does not have messages. Also, the fact that messages here is a client only thing. Oh no. uh, place it here. Yeah, client has messages, has in there the implementation of messages. Nobody else cares or wants them. And then in server only, we add methods that are like DB based. Like, for example, well, actually, wait a second. No, they cannot be server only like this because they're just methods. They're not state. So let me copy context. And for the server, yeah, for the server, yeah, we just do methods. So init pub format, pub function. For example, add message, but we make those server only. So we can put something like this: server only methods, server only functions, and we can enforce this. The comment is just for convenience, but it's not. We're not going to do something that is only comment enforced. So we can say add message, and I don't know, like user ID d2.user user.id text. There might be more, but for now, this returns a message, I guess, instance, as in d2.message. And in here, we compile assert that we are in in a server context. There we go. Oh, is this just user.id then? They have message. Oh, well, you know what? Actually, you give me a message, I guess, because you parse a message, and I give you confirmation if it worked or not. So that's how it works. There we go. Something like this. There you go. So this is how we add a message on the server. Once DB also. Database. In a database, I think database is a type that can be shared. a database is a type that can be shared, but not right now, because right now database has server specific stuff. So yeah, we need to take away the server specific stuff from database, I think. And instead we want to give methods that deal that manage database types to our thingies, I think. Okay, this is actually good refactoring. I mean, refactoring plus also covering more ground, because we don't store messages in SQL at all. So this is good. Okay, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna take a lunch break. I need to understand how long it's gonna be. Probably gonna be, I don't know, half an hour. And then when I come back, we start stuffing stuff into the database. This is another pretty exciting refactoring. Okay, maybe not for the people watching, but for me, this is interesting because I'm trying to understand exactly what it is the client and server should share or not, how to organize the code in a way that it's like understandable for contributors. And I think this is a step in the right direction. So I'm really happy where this is going. I think it's going to be ready for contributions sooner than later. So um, let me double check how long I should be off, and then I should be AFK, and then I'll come back, set the AFK, and then go eat. Be right back. Okay, I'm gonna stream for half an hour more, and then I'm gonna go eat. So let's do some more work. Do. So this means that we need to share database. Uh, we could avoid sharing database between client and server with some metaprogramming magic, but I really think it would complicate things for no good reason. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Where do we place database? That means that we need to place database inside of D2. But in D2 right now, this is pretty pure. No, actually, it's not. We have Opus. Because it's true that we, right now in the server, we're not doing anything specific with Opus. But Opus is definitely something that it's shareable. Do we share SQLite stuff? Why not? Hmm. How many of these database definitions are shared between server and client, for example, though? You know what? Here's what I'll do. For now, I don't love the metaprogramming magic, but for now, I think I like this approach, but I'm not going to move database as a shared thing for now. So let's do it like this. For now, let's do it this way. So add message needs to have this as the first argument. Add message. Okay, and then we need to have also like, I don't know, latest messages, all messages, messages from. Technically, the synchronization with the client should be messages from. Let's do latest messages for now. Oh, this one is not a method on message though. This one is this is technically on channel more than on message. Actually, now that I think about it, wait a second. None of these things are. Oh, no. Wait, we are in chat. What am I saying? What am I saying? So this should be like this. Chat, database, message. There we go. Something like this, maybe? Something like this. Just prototyping it for now. Let's fix the compile errors that we added. So chat message new. This is in client core. So c.client messages. Client messages. Oh, this is in the server. So there's no client stuff. Right. So, right, because this is the code that we need to change to being database driven. Okay, so this is the stuff where we basically want to do try chat dot add message. GPA DB and the new message, basically. Search arguments found 3. Maybe we don't need GPA after all. There you go. And the problem here is that now chat cannot be this, and we need or else. Also, I'm noticing that on success, we don't have a dedicated message for successes. We just spam out the new message, which is fine. Which is fine. But in this case, we need to send a dedicated failure message. So something like const reply is D2 protocol server client request reply. What's client request reply? Just want to say error. This generic reply type is not really helping as much as I was hoping, man. I think they should be, at this point, there should be a method in here that does that. So reply error, which returns a D2 protocol server server dot client request reply. Try client.tcp.q.put one bytes return. Okay. Now the problem is, who's calling this? Do they expect something? Error processing return message send. Yeah, we can leave it at that for now. Okay, so this is it, really. Yeah. No, this is good. This is chat and message instead of the real one. So this is something that we need to also to work on. Client will also need to do something about this. What else? Yeah, we need to implement this guy. Chat and message. Okay. Okay, what's our query now? Our query is going to be, it's an insert. I think we need to start working on the unique ID stuff. I had the unique ID stuff prototyped and now I'm not using it. I'm using this origin stuff. But I think we're getting to a point where we need to properly use unique IDs because these guys necessitate those. Really. Yeah. I'm also surprised by how slow this thing is. Oh, this is now pooping itself. What have we done? I think we changed something. We recompiled something in a way that makes stuff unhappy. Also, why do we see a big error here? Scene marker S. Huh. Okay, I'm not sure. I have my own system that is, I think, mostly done. It has some things that I need to look into again, but I was pretty happy with what I had. Also, I'm doing something weird that other libraries are not doing, but we'll get to that back once I start working on it again. Um, so, what's our query? Our query is going to be insert. Uh, you know what? I'm also not sure that giving add message to. I'm not sure that giving add message to this guy is what we want. Maybe we want to also have these things happen in bulk, like add messages, not just messenger. Not just messenger, but messages. Messages. I don't know. Well, for now we start with this, I guess. Yeah, I think again it's been a while, but I was aware that Snowflake IDs existed. Also, there's a few different UIDs. Some of them are also potentially interesting, but I think they all were like overkill for what I wanted to do. Basically, so insert into messages, ID origin channel, author body reactions, values. Okay, so we're only doing one, but so we're doing ID. What is the ID of this message going to be? Let's say that it's origin, so it's going to be like question mark one, or I guess they don't need numbers. So question mark. Oh, ID and origin are separate. Interesting. Okay, question mark, question mark. Oh, but this is integer primary key ascending. Oh, wait a second. That is also an option, isn't it? So, wait, how do you leave that auto? How do we leave that ID unspecified because it's auto? Man, I don't remember how to do SQL. Channel, question mark, yeah. Author. Author is a reference, it's a user ID, okay. I don't know, it's just a bunch of question marks. Wait, how do you do this stuff? I need food. Um, into column values. Oh, so into messages space column names, then origin, channel, author, body, reactions. Reactions is text. Why is reactions text? Without row ID. Wait a second. Index messages by channel, messages by author. Wait a second. This is not a auto increment column. We are actually saying the opposite here. We're saying that we do not want auto increments because I think I remember why, but It's because I wanted the ID to reflect the server time, the server system time. Hmm. Hmm. We can use origin twice for now for these guys, I guess. Okay. Three, six, seven. 3, 6. Fuck. Okay. Origin twice. MSG origin channel chat.id author msg dot author body msg dot text reactions empty string because I don't know what to do about that for now. There's no origin msg. Uh, right, because it's not a message that you're passing in, right? It's a message send request. So it's not an actual message. Although the memory representation of a message should concern itself with the origin field. Mm, the expected I server client request reply result found you 0. Found you 1. Oh, I see. In cast, you happy? Expected integer or vector found result. Oh, I'm an idiot. There you go. Oh, so it does have an ID set, right? Because we do set the ID. So we can do msg.id. Fatal is not marked pub. It did not explode horribly. That is interesting. It did not explode horribly. Okay. So if we want to be optimistic and assume that everything is working as intended, then it means that we have inserted these messages into our list of messages in here, and we can now fetch them on demand when doing the host sync stuff. I was interested to learn which DB client you're using, but I can't find the tutorial in your GitHub. Yeah, you're right. It's because it's not public yet. I'm sorry. I want to publish it sooner than later, but it's probably going to be January. So I need a bit more time because I want to have the basics be settled enough that when I open it, contributors can actually do something with it and not go insane. And me just have to tell them, look, wait, this project is a mess. You're not going to be able to reasonably contribute for like 2 months more. So I just want to open it once it's ready for that. My client is ZQLite by Carl Seguin. So if you search for ZQLite, you will find it. But to be clear, what I call database, it's my wrapper around it. What ZQLite has is a connection. So DB is like my struct around it. So this is what you would be doing. You would be doing ZQLite open, connection, exec no args, blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff. Okay, so if this works this way, then let's take a look at sync. Server run. Client manager. Where's the authentication request? On authentication success, authenticate reply and host sync. Host sync serialize unlock. Host state host. User ID client authenticate. HS serialize unlock. This contains a host. Host will in turn serialize chats. Oh, and I see the problem. Chats in turn is a bunch of chat. Chat used to have messages, but now they don't anymore. So that means that with host sync, we don't serialize our chats like that anymore. Huh. That means that we need to do messages in bulk. We need like a separate reply for messages. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go have lunch, but I think that's how it will work. Previously, we were like serializing this stuff very deeply. Like we were sending this message that was like very deeply serialized. Now we stop at channels. We don't go into messages, but This opens the door for a subsequent message where we protocol message where we send down all new chat messages in bulk. The client is not doing that right now anymore, or it's not yet doing that. But in the future, the client is supposed to send us the last ID that it knows about, so that we can send a synchronization that starts from there. And or well, I guess we can choose either it starts from there or it starts from further on, if the client like is ancient and hasn't connected in a long time, so we don't send a bajillion messages, but we skip forward right away. But um but what we can do is yeah, we just literally send messages from that last ID. We just send them all at once. We don't even divide them by channel or anything. We just dump them um, immediately. That's not a bad approach. So let me go eat lunch. Sorry, Diablo. I'll be happy to entertain you, but not now. I'm gonna take a lunch break. I'm gonna, you know what? Maybe 30 is too much. Let's do 20 minutes. Then SQLite, then more SQLite persistence. But we're having a good time with this persistent stuff so far. So the plan is going to be, we are persisting messages on SQLite right now. On hosting, we need to tell the client about that, because look what happens now. If I close my client and I reconnect, we don't see messages because we're not sending them to the client anymore. So we need to re-enable that synchronization. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm back. More or less at the time I promised. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. We were saying that we don't tell clients about past messages. Hope your lunch was as tasty as mine. Okay. Is this are we doing it? Let's do it. Okay. What was your lunch? Mine was um basically vegetables cooked in the oven. I had the fractal broccoli thing, which is not a broccoli, it's a cauliflower. But people around here call it a broccoli thing. So I promise you, this motherfucker, you put it in the oven. Yeah, well, you have to break it apart. So you need to you need to break it apart, but not fully. Otherwise, it's impossible. You know, you're just gonna spend the rest of your existence breaking it apart. But so you break it somewhat apart, add some oil, some salt. I don't think you even need to add any extra spice on it. Anything, you just stuff it in the oven. That and bell peppers. So I had bell peppers, this guy, and eggs. Hamburgers for breakfast? Hell yeah, America. But I promise you, this guy is delicious. I mean, you need to get good ones. Not all of these things are made equal. But if you get a decent one, yeah, Romanesco. Holy shit, is it good? I don't know. I personally like it. Here's my pro tip. It's debatable. Not everybody likes it, but for me personally, I like this guy. So when it comes out of the oven, I like to drizzle some lemon on it. So just salt, oil, and lemon. But I like adding some lemon on it. Not a ton, just a little bit. Let's see. I had creamy vegetable soup with frankfurters on it. Okay, what's frankfurters? Because I heard that stuff. I think I used to know. What's a frankfurter? Oh, these guys. I see. You know what? I would need to try. Oh, these are beef ones. Oh, you know what? I'm actually curious to try the beef version of these guys out, because usually sausages tend to be pork, and I don't hate it. I'm fine. I can eat it, but I like beef more than pork generally, so I would be curious to see a beef version of this. Okay. Hmm. Banana peppers. Banana pepper. Okay. Little BBQ sauce, fresh horseradish, and mustard. Nice. Okay, everybody's eating well then. Glad to hear. So when we are in run and we serialize this guy, we also need to serialize a third thing. We need to serialize messages. Although, no, you know what? It doesn't have to be this way, because we can actually make it part of this. Huh. That is Interesting. So if we give this guy a slice of messages, it means that we need to have a slice of messages to give out. So it means that we need to query this server, well, the database, build a list of messages. I think we need a third type of message that has non-standard serialization, because we don't want the double allocation. Oh, you did? Thank you. I'm gonna actually pull right away because it is annoying. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's fine. So the reason why I'm using that star button is because I believe that I'm using ZMK right now, but I use QMK in the past, and I don't remember if this is like something that was specific only to QMK or if it's a problem also in ZMK. But the idea was that when you are pressing a button to turn on another layer, if you put a macro on a single button um, to do also shift plus another button, because star would be shift number, right? What is it? Shift 8 or otherwise, right? So if you try to put shift 8 in a button as a macro, then you risk that the shift gets like if you're pressing other keys next to it, you risk that the next key also is part of the shift or something like that. There were like some race conditions. Right. I think that it's because if I have that button still pressed and I press another button with it still down, then the other button also inherits the shift. And so it's just more robust to use star than to use a macro in the keybind. So that's why I'm using that button. Also, you use wrong all the time. What are you talking about? Okay, so we need a third type of message. It can't be just host sync. It needs to be host sync. Although, no, you know what? It can be this guy. It could be this guy. Wait, I think that I have support for overriding stuff. Do I not? Yeah, look at this. If you have serialized, you can specify your own serialization as a struct and you just get access to the writer. So, yeah, we can do this. We can do messages. We have to make it a struct. We have to make it a struct, but it's not a big deal. Also, oh, neurosite, if you're around, I also have another thing to point out, although this one is minor. So in visual mode, I can move around and pull the selection with me. If I do page up, page down, it works. But if I do go to end, the selection doesn't come with me. Go to end it takes me out of visual mode also. I sometimes do turn on this and then go to end or go to beginning. Anyway. What keybind is go to end? Move cursor to end of file. Is this description synced? I'm assuming that this description is synced with everything else. So go to end and also GG. Go to line Vim. Wait, that's not how it works. Is the thing lying to me? Drive flow today, the V mode is incomplete, but it's silly fast. Just switched to Emacs. Emacs is really good, to be honest. This channel requires phone number verification. Yes. Sorry. You wanna know why? Because I get spam otherwise. Go to line Vim. Move buffer end. This should be move buffer begin. I guess go to line Vim is a command that when not given any argument brings you to the beginning. So that's why it's they have different names. Doesn't keep the spammers out for me, sadly. Really? You still get spam? Yeah, it could be. I guess they don't bother with me. I mean, I used to get consistent spam. I don't know. I kept turning on these features until I stopped getting spam. Okay, so protocol, pub function, serialize. Messages, it's this. And messages is this. And then there's a writer. Oh, I can press the start. Thank you. That is delightful. Okay, so how do we serialize messages now? Oh. 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 Oof. Oof. Here's a problem. Here is a problem. This bad boy needs access to a database reference. And we don't have that in here. We could torture the metaprogramming even more. We could add a field that is um, an instance of database. We could make it so that we don't serialize it. We could make it server only. And then it would work. Holy shit, though. Holy shit. It's a bit tortured, but I don't know how else to do it. Oh, well, we could make DB variants, actually. We could make DB variants of these functions that behave like normal functions, but they also require, well, but then and again, we have the problem that those things would have to be server only. But we could make serialize alloc DB. Serialize alloc DB. Nah, that wouldn't make things much better. Send to the client is server only. Why does the client do that? The client does not send, but it does deserialize. The client receives. So the type definition is shared. Like I purposely want to be able to use the same definition on both sides. And then there are occasionally personalizations that I make that are like one side only. But the having one shared type definition is kind of the point of this work. Except when you need to do something weird, and then you have to find a way of breaking out of that. But I'm thinking that we might want to make database a shared thing, a shareable thing. We'll see. Okay, this does something. This certainly does something. Missing protocol sizes. Yeah. Missing protocol sizes for host sync struct something something. Yeah, this is fair. This guy needs sizes. And it needs items. And that's a U64, I guess. Cannot assign to constant. Hmm. Protocol cannot assign to constant. Oh, it's this guy. Missing start field messages. Right. I'm starting to think that maybe we can make something even more evil when it comes to this stuff. But then you create the message on the server, not on the serialization. I don't understand your question. Sorry. You create the message on the server? Yes. Hosting is a message created by the server. Yes. And then it gets serialized, sent to the client, and the client deserializes it. And the client will obtain an instance of this struct as a message that it received from the server. You know what? I think I'm I'm overcomplicating this. I'm overcomplicating this, and you ultimately will want to have a slice of these bad boys um, on the server in anyway as a form of caching. So let's just have that. The problem, though, is that if the client tells us where it left off, then it's going to be personalized. But yeah, we can say, we can keep in memory the maximum like sync window. So we tell them you don't need a database for the serialization. Yeah, no, I don't. But the point is that what I'm trying to avoid, I'm trying to avoid having to allocate a slice of messages in memory for real. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Because the database is not gonna give me this. Well, the database is gonna give me one row at a time. Then I can choose to take all these rows and allocate a bunch of different messages. But my plan, my hope was to go from database rows directly to bytes without having an extra intermediate allocation. That's what I was trying to avoid. But I think that in this case, we'll want to have an in-memory cache for this stuff. I was trying to delay adding in-memory caches for things, but I think that for messages, given that we encounter this problem and that we are almost guaranteed to want to have that anyway, we might as well do that. Let's go do that. So that means that we get rid of this stuff. We do messages. Which are a slice of messages. Also, I think we should allow doing this. This right now causes an error. Missing protocol messages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, U64. Okay, this triggers the problem of cannot assign to constant. I think this should be an int cast. Sorry, const cast. You cannot left-hand side const cast? Oh, it's like this? Yeah. Okay. Um. So the idea is that there is a cache of messages, so we don't need to go fetch the database. We're missing the concept of filtering those things. We don't have the concept of fetching all their history. That's fine. These are all missing bits that we can add in the future. I guess this should be state.host.messages at this point. So this means that we do want host. So we do want host to have messages then. Oh no, but these are host wide. Right, this is a server only thing then. But that means that we just don't put them in host. So that means they exist in state maybe, but not in host. So what do we have in here? Host, colors, clients. We can do messages. Latest messages. We kind of want this, I think, to be a queue. sd dot I guess array list. Not exactly optimal though. But it's fine. Array list of d2.message starts empty. And this is what we pass down. Where were we? In run, right? And we were. We're looking at authentication. Client.authenticate request. State latest messages. Oh. Actually, there is a problem here indeed. There is a problem here indeed. The way we model the message here, this message doesn't know which channel it belongs to, because the assumption is that you stuff these guys inside of a channel. So Haha. Oh, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So the problem is that these guys cannot decode a message that has a channel ID. Well, we need to give it a channel ID. There's a kind, but there is no ID in here. That is bad. We gave ID to chat, but no, that should be channel.id. There we go. Okay, what are our problems? So before going down this ID detour, yeah, array list of messages, then add message. Where do we put add message? Chat.add message. Right. And then we do state dot last messages dot append. Do we have something better than array list for queues? We have a priority queue. We have KQ. We have IOQ, but IOQ is not really what we want in here. Although what is it implemented as? Like past locks. What's the data structure? You know what? We are not gonna look at this code here. We're gonna look at the code locally. Use the type erase queue. Okay. Buffering. Buffer data is logically after queued getters. I mean, we kind of want this. We kind of want a queue, but without locks. Uh, it's a double linked list, is it? Oh, it is. It is a doubly linked list. Yeah. No. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, it's not. No. It's not. The doubly linked list. It's a linked list of acido-decu. This seems delicious. The doubly linked list is for things busy waiting. So no, it's a buffer with start and land. Decu. Double end queue. Hell yeah. Pushing popping items from either end is 01. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Crypto Code. That's what I was looking for. Push front assume capacity. Push back bounded. Front and back. At. Pop front, pop back. I think it's beautiful. We literally send it to the client this way. We send to the client the slice of messages and we tell it where the head and when the length is. Or rather, well, almost, because we need to also avoid empty thingies. Although no, wait a second. This is a slice, so never mind. This already only accounts for correct thingies. So yeah. Um. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. So on load, we need to set last messages. So database init. We load chats. We load voices. We load messages. Limit. I don't know. How many do we keep around? 100? 128? Limit 128. And then sort. I don't remember how to write SQL queries. Is it sort by? Sort by ID desk. Something like this. Rows, no arg. Is there rows, no args, or did I make it up? I think I made it up. Catch fatal. Not sure if limit goes at the end if you sort. I don't know. I would hope that the order doesn't matter. If it, or rather, if it or if the order by, sorry, order by, order by, where's my queries? Where are my queries? Init, my schemas. So sections, channels, messages, ID origin, channel, author, body, reactions. Fuck reactions for now. Oh shit, wait, this is accepting a host for now. It's not accepting state. Yeah, no, that doesn't work anymore. That needs to be state. Yeah. Or actually, it's defined in run, not in ever. What the fuck am I doing? Triple dot. Mm, message wants to import channels. Why? Oh, right. How do we serialize this stuff then? Messages. For now, let's just send them out of order. Yeah. What's your next problem? I think the SQL is first limit then order, but it can be different from DB to DB on how it's executed in a database. Um, I don't think this is the case. I think this has to be standardized by the SQL standard because limiting first and sorting second is very different than sorting first and limiting second. Because if I ask the last 10, if I ask for 10 items and then sorting them in one way, then it means that it will take the first 10 items and then sort them whatever way I want. But if I sort first, then if I sort, for example, everything latest items first, so sort descending, then first I sort, get the last items at the top, and then I limit by 10. So, um, so either the thing follows the order that I put in the query, or by default, it does sorting before limiting. It has to be one of the two. Okay, this is not the greatest, but I don't know, better than nothing. Let's see how we're doing. Incompatible types, optionally to message and void. Oh. Well, you're kind of right, because that guy needs to be freed. Actually, if I think we do dot question mark. Yeah, that can just be one liner. Okay. Let's see how it's gonna go. I suspect that some query is gonna poop itself. Loaded chat message. Well, we have them. This worked. I honestly expected much worse. Do we get them in the client as well? Run host connect exited. We crashed the server. Why? Integer does not fit in destination type. I think we were lied to. I think we were lied to. I think, well, not really. I'm kind of joking, but I think we misinterpreted what the buffer is. The buffer is not only the active items, I suspect, or something along those lines. Me. Although we don't know for sure here because integer does not fit destination type. We don't know in which context we're in. Don't know the context, unfortunately. We could do a. We're running out bugger, but I think with a little bit of strategical printing, we should be good. So this guy, I think, is fine. I think the problem is in host sync because we're trying to host sync these guys. And I think this might be sus. Let's bring the length of the latest messages and see. Never mind. Len is 2. So this is fine. Integers does not fit destination type. Maybe it's one of the IDs that we think it's that we think should be smaller, and it turns out to be pretty big or something like that. No. Wait a second. Here we are printing the length of a slice and wait a second. Did I mess up? Messages has a U64. This is like huge. So you shouldn't have a problem with this. What about a message? U24 for text. That also should be fine. Huh. These problem surprises me. Oh, let's go. Man, okay, I'm almost tempted to get any zig because I've been doing this so much. What is our integer that is overflowing our type? Oh, is this a thing where I need to change my keybinds? Yeah, cool. Yeah. Sorry, I know that Helix is a little bit alien. You know, also what I was realizing in any case that if you do implement Helix, you're also implementing Cocoon. So at least you get 2 for the price of 1. Where Cocoon might have slightly different keybinds, but the core, like the selection logic, is I believe it's the exact same. So yeah, Astrovim. Astrovim? No, 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 no. Astrovim? Nah, 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 nah. My editor is flowcontrol.dev. Slightly different again, but you mean in the mechanics? Like past just keybinds? Because the general, selection and then verb is the same, do they have also deeper differences than just the way the keybinds are organized? I see. Okay, we need to figure out why we're failing to serialize as slice length. Oh wait, am I leaving this stuff like undefined? No, I am most definitely not. Hmm. Okay, I've been trying to resist adding printing code into the metaprogramming stuff, but I think it's time. So we go to server protocol. We look into this guy. We look into, well, whatever serialize. One of these serialization thing is here we're printing slice field. Okay, what is our context then? Okay, let's see how this goes. Just curious, what are the special use cases of Zig? Like Python has some use cases in AI or ML. Uh, well, Zig is a general purpose programming language, but it is also a lower level programming language. So um, every time you need to build critical infrastructure, something that has to be, performant, where you want to be precise with how you manage memory, etc., Zig is a good fit. Integer does not fit in destination type. Okay. Size is S and len is slicefield.len. Now, this smells of uninitialized values a lot, but I just don't understand where this can be. Oh, did I fail to dupe this guy? No, I don't. No, I didn't. I'm so confused. I clearly failed to dupe that guy. Database init. Okay, no, bro. Okay, wait, what? Wait. I am duping this. Hmm? I am duping this. And we actually print it correctly when we are here. How the heck do we get garbage afterwards? So push front. I think I'm misusing buffer. Buffer has length too, but I'm still misusing it. That has to be it. So I didn't forget to dupe. So that means it's pretty much guaranteed that I'm misusing the queue. Guaranteed. Yeah. Message one is this guy. Oh, we self-fault printing message one. And these values are definitely garbage. All of this is garbage. Wait, everything in there is garbage? What? Mm, okay, how does pushing and stuff work? Oh, push front bounded. I think that's what we want. Add one item to the front of the queue. If the queue lacks unused capacity for the additional item, returns error out of memory. No, that's not what we want. Okay, never mind. Push front. Push front has some capacity. Okay, so that means that I'm not supposed to access the buffer field directly. So there must be getters. There's an iterator from front to back. But I don't want an iterator, ma'am. I don't want an iterator. Hmm. There's also another thing that is suspicious because this line. Oh, you know what? This line is two, but we don't know what this line is. Wait a second. Let me print that line. Yeah, I think this will guarantee. This will confirm that we have misused that API. I think it should just have APIs for getting those slices one way or another. Yeah, bufflin 3. Okay, so we kind of want to do it this way. Like this. Without buffer. Without buffer. I think this is still wrong. I think this is less wrong than before, but it's still not correct. But hopefully that saves us from crashing. There we go. So this time we succeeded. But there are no messages in here because the client doesn't do anything with this type. So we need to go in core and there we go, host sync. Yeah, here we receive a host sync message. There we go. Okay, we received this thing, and next we need to dispatch all the messages in the right place. So for hs.messages, h dot let me remember, is it chat channel that has this? Yeah, chat channel has messages as a client only field, so we need to grab a channel. So ch is going to be h dot channels dot get msg dot channel, or else continue. I don't know, we discard it. Ch dot client dot messages dot put or add. I don't remember. I think it's add. No, actually, I have no idea. Add. Like this. Okay, we got something wrong for sure, but there's no channels. Oh, chats. Because we split them up in chats. Right. Error unit is ignored. No. Try. Expected type void found, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this guy cannot error out. Interesting. So it's a catchum. Are we catchuming? We are. Okay. And now we have the messages. Banana. I write banana. I close the application. I close the server. I start the server. Start the client. And banana is back. So we have message persistence and we have the full thing. It's not perfect. But yeah, these are the basics of message persistence. So we persist messages now. Not bad. And what else? What else? What else? What else? Hmm. I guess new message also is different now on protocol. If we server, so protocol server, there's a new message, chat message new. Yeah, look, it had chat as an external thing and origin. This guy has origin and chat in here, but guess what? We now have both in the message itself. Should the message really shred these other pieces of information? Should origin and channel maybe be server only? Channel, no. Maybe origin? Maybe origin because we shred that information in the client. So there's a bunch of decisions of this kind that need to be made. They don't make a ton of difference, in the short term, but these are 8 bytes that you have to pay for every message in a context where maybe you wouldn't have to, for example, the origin stuff. Hmm. Can that be possibly correct? No, I don't think it can, because the problem is that the thing will wrap around. So I think that I think the problem is that you want to have, you need to recognize when the wraparound is happening, which means that your head is, how can I say? Imagine that, for example, you filled it all completely. So if you fill it all completely, then the head will be at some point, length will be the full length of the array, and and then that means that you want to send the full slice. I was considering stuff like 128-bit UID for the unique identifier column. No, I'm doing something much less heavy because we are in a context where you can totally get away with something much smaller. Um, I this is another thing that I think that this is gonna be the main thing that I work on during the Christmas holidays. But I have this unique ID system, uh, which I need to look into it more. But the idea is, and also I need to make sure that I use the new clock stuff in Zig because we now have better clock stuff. But the idea is you basically have it mostly be a timestamp. Let's see what did they put in here. Both a timestamp and a sequence number baked into one integer. For this to work, we need to use some bits from the timestamp and some as a counter. So the idea is, instead of having, so in a timestamp, let's say that you have an what is it, millisecond? Like, let's think of in terms of Unix timestamps. A Unix timestamp can either have second granularity or millisecond granularity, right? So let's talk about a millisecond timestamp. You take a millisecond timestamp, you reduce the precision away from milliseconds, and so you still, I don't know, like 3 4 bits, 5 bits, and you turn the precision in something like a fraction of a second. So like maybe the precision becomes half a second of precision. Or you turn even the precision all the way down to seconds, and then the extra bits that are free you use as a sequence number. So you have a thing that dishes out unique identifiers every time you need one, and they work as a timestamp because they have a timestamp component that has a given level of precision, and then the rest of the bits are the sequence number. So you're unable to be, your timestamp is not going to be more granular than seconds, let's say, but the rest is a sequence number, and that allows you to stuff more things into a single second, and it's still good enough for human sent messages. And I think you can get away with, for example, here again, this is all prototypes, all prototype stuff that I have done, which I need to flesh out and make like more real. But the idea is that then you can get these unique identifiers that work as a timestamp. They are like monotonically increasing. You need to deal with what happens if somebody starts fucking around with the clock on the system. So you don't want that. Maybe for example, I think that what I will want to do is not use a real-time clock and instead use a monotonic clock. Although I do care about that clock having a relationship with the real world. So I would expect, I hope that the monotonic clock doesn't skew away from the real world clock. Assuming that you had everything set up correctly when you launched the server. And that's it, basically. And I think that you can also be clever if you make those unique identifiers, like if you offset everything by the server creation date, because you don't even have to use, you know how there's this problem where sometimes things like this integer format will overflow in 500 years, which is a problem, sure, but or like sorry, it will overflow by 2030 something or something like that. You can avoid all these problems if you take the number and you offset it by the server creation date. So that means that you get, I don't know, 500 years worth of server running, which is plenty enough for everyone, hopefully, probably. So that's the idea. This is not, again, this is just like not even a prototype, even less than that. But I need to take this thing and start integrating it. And then what else? I don't know. That's what we're doing for now. Okay. So yeah, this is something that we need to take a look into. Yeah, 500 years from now, god damn it, the moron who made this system. You know what? I think that hopefully no one societal group of this kind lasts for 500 years. You know, change is fine. Not too much. You do want some stability. You do want, you do want, I don't know, like if one full generation gets the ability to run this server without having to restart it ever and not touch anything, I would say that's already pretty good. A few, like 500 years worth of generations, man, just switch to something else at that point. Hopefully somebody has made something else in the meantime. God damn it. I think that's my philosophy with this stuff. So we got messages. We got message persistence working. We got authentication working. What is the next step at this point? What is the next step? Auto reconnect. Good point. In chat ads. Right. Nitro. We need to implement D2 Nitro, of course. Auto reconnect. Good point. We do not auto reconnect. You know what? I think we used to have auto reconnect, but then I never re-implemented it, and I think that is definitely a great next thing to do. Thank you, Crypto Code. Man, your recommendations has been so fucking on point all the time. Yeah. So the idea is we lose connection to the server. We need to somehow show that in the UI that we are attempting to reconnect. And again, it doesn't matter that we do it in a nice way right now. What matters is that we surface state transitions. That is what matters. So we need to surface all those state transitions, and then we keep retrying. And then what else? Well, hopefully we get to reestablish the connection. And ideally at that point, we would want to ask for a host sync based on the last message that we've seen, right? Because we want an update that is based on the last thing that we saw. D2 vibe? Yeah. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I think reconnection and Delta updates are the next big thing. I think honestly, as is, this project is already in pretty good shape when it comes to having new contributors. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a cup of tea, and then we take a look at reconnection. I think this is gonna be the last thing that I do for today. I'll go do something else afterwards. Uh, yeah, let's do that. That seems good. How's YouTube doing? Then you should use clock boot time, clock monotonic, stops during sleep and suspend. Um. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Boot time, huh? I think it's more complicated than this, though. Thank you for the suggestion. I think you're on point. You're onto something which is appreciated. But I also think that boot time is more complicated than this. I think that you know what? Maybe there's no clock that really does what I want. There was a Tiger Retail blog post on clock. Let's see. Clock boot time, Tiger Retail. Date time, logical time, physical time. Energies timestamps. Timestamps are totally ordered. Yo, they stole my idea. They stole my idea a few years ago when they designed this system. Clock, cluster wide implementation. Okay, you know what? Let's read about distributed clocks when I come back. In any case, the idea stuff is we don't have to figure it all out right now, right away. Okay, be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, what are we doing? We were reading about clocks. Also, yeah, so YouTube. Let's see if we can fix YouTube. Can we fix YouTube? Maybe. Seems that we passed authentication. Okay, let's read about time on the Tiger Beetle stuff. Uh, Good. Nice. So time is a critical component on all distributed systems and databases. You know what I just realized? That in a sense, we are building a database. D2 is a database. It's just a very shitty one. Within Tiger Beetle, it's a CRUD app that's worse. Wait, what's... Yeah, because the database... I guess it's a database. The difference is that the database doesn't embody all the business logic rules that you put in the CRUD layer, I guess. Yeah, to be fair, the fact that we use SQLite, I think the argument that we are making a database would hold stronger if we were not using SQLite. Do you know how to implement Discord? It's RabbitMQ glued to MySQL. Exceptionally simple. I wonder how much of that still holds true. I think they went through some big rewrites in the past, right? I think they do Rust now also. They do nothing on their own. It's just awful glue all the way down. Hell yeah, that's how you do it. What do you mean? Okay, let's see. Logical time and physical time. Logical time is about ordering events relative to each other, and physical time is the everyday time in numeric timestamp. You know what? I think I want 3 clocks are better than 1. Detective clock sync failure in highly available systems. Interesting. Is this from whom? That's your run. Okay. Detective clock sync failure in highly available systems. That is not something we care about much, I think. So I think we can skip to this one. I think this is the blog post that I had in mind when I was thinking about Tiger Beetle stuff. Yeah, there we go. Which of the following is the monotonic clock on Linux for a distributed database to measure elapsed time? Monotonic row, monotonic, boot time, none of the above. This is the blog post that I wanted to read. We recently had the pleasure of presenting Tiger Beetle on Zig Showtime, where we ran a Twitter poll to ask which monotonic clock stopwatch is best to measure elapsed time. Elapsed time. The contenders were monotonic row, monotonic, and boot time. All monotonic clock stopwatches provided by the Linux kernel through clock get time syscall to measure elapsed time, but with critical differences, as we will see. The majority said monotonic, and only 7% said boot time. You know what? Maybe our YouTube commenter was fully right all along. Maybe it is boot time the right answer. So what would you have picked? Why might the majority answer monotonic? Why might the majority answer of clock monotonic be catastrophic? Man, talk about a leading question. Why reach for a monotonic clock stopwatch in the first place when not choose a wristwatch like real time to use the wall clock to measure elapsed time? And why does a distributed database like Tiger Beetle need to think about time? So I think we can skip the reason like clock, good clock equals good. I think we understand that. So why is real time not good enough? It's because people keep fucking around with the clock, so you can't trust it, and that's fine. Sorry, I'm skipping because I think we understand these parts. To return to our Twitter poll, the Linux kernel is like an expensive watch store that gives us a myriad of time sources. There are wristwatches on display, but also a collection of stopwatches. monotonic row, monotonic, and boot time. As we saw, most programmers understandably believe that clock monotonic is the monotonic clock stopwatch to use, as the name suggests. We were just as surprised to learn that, in fact, monotonic fails to measure elapsed time while the system is suspended, e.g., during a VM migration, and that monotonic row was exposed by the kernel only for synchronization protocols like NTP to measure the quartz crystal oscillator drift error with little resemblance to the actual passing of time. There was indeed a Linux patch to fix clock monotonic's behavior during a suspend, but it got reverted. The right stopwatch, then, we believe, is also the minority answer, clock boot time, which according to the man page is identical to monotonic, except it also includes any time that the system is suspended. This allows application to get suspend-aware monotonic clock. Naming things is hard, and while the man page does mention clock monotonic's suspend error, it does so only under clock boot time, if one reads that far. Conclusion, great Scott. So, well, I completely forgot about that. So, so maybe this is it. So maybe this is it. Okay, let's do some work. I drank all my tea. So let's see if we can do client reconnection. Whew. So client reconnection, huh? Does the do care about distributed timestamps? No, not at all. Absolute zero. The only thing that vaguely resembles distributed timestamps is the concept of origin. You see that I have this origin field somewhere. The way it works is that origin is a client-side timestamp. It's a timestamp that was generated, and it's meant to be unique. It's a unique timestamp generated by clients, which they can use to know when we are replying to a given message. So, for example, whenever you send a message, whenever you send a request to add a new chat message, you're sending a new chat message, then your request also comes with this origin ID, which we then paste into the message. So that way the client knows that a message that was pending, their pending message, was actually acknowledged. And similarly, when we reject a message, which actually we don't have implemented yet, but when we reject a message, then the client is supposed to see the rejection and know which pending message was rejected because it has matching origin IDs. So origin is kind of like an ID, but on the server side, we don't trust it because it's not generated by us. So it could be bad. And most importantly, it's based on a clock that we don't control. So we cannot guarantee that it is going to be monotonic. So, long story short, the only thing that we care about is that the IDs that we generate within D2 itself are monotonic. And to be fair, we could use some kind of like just ever-growing integer and call it a day. But if we can make the ID also double as a timestamp, then that's good because we saved ourselves a bunch of bytes. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just a very stupid idea. But the fact of if we can manage to collapse, to reuse the same bytes, that's good. I think. We could use like just integer numbers, just like one integer number that keeps growing, like one U64 integer number that counts. Everything counts. Messages counts. User updates counts. I don't know anything, but I think there is a value in trying to squeeze time out of that. Origin is kind of a nonce. Probably shouldn't try to use that as an ID or timestamp. I don't. I mean, origin, I don't. Although, let me think. Although I think that in some contexts it might be useful, but I don't remember exactly where and why. But in any case, I don't do that. I do, I guess, do that for server generated IDs. But again, that's my plan. And for my plan to work, I need to pull off this ID implementation, like make sure that it doesn't suck. So if we can do that, then great. I don't know. Worst case, we go back to just sequence IDs, I guess. But we'll see. Okay, so client reconnection, core. Actually, network. So we are connected. And what happens is that run host receive. Run host receive. Yeah, so there's a run host manager which spawned these coroutines. And let's assume that we got in here. So we did the auth correctly. These also could blow up, I guess, but let's assume that we did that correctly. The long running connection is, well, running, and then something explodes. So right now, if something explodes, this just returns. We exit the manager and we call it a day. But we need something different. So we need to say, wait, if this goes bad, we need to retry. Which is actually interesting because the way we're doing it right now, it sucks. Because we cannot reuse any of these coroutines. They get destroyed and we need to recreate them, which I guess it's fine. But so one way of doing this that wouldn't be too bad is something like this, like while var exiting. While not exiting, we could be doing this. And catch does exiting. Oh, what? That doesn't even need to be like this. This can be while true. And this can be a catch return, yeah. So this is a catch return. So we catch return if we are shutting down, but otherwise we pass the select and we try to reestablish these connections. So here there could be some sleeping, tell GUI we disconnected, back off. We could do this stuff. And then we go back here, which should reattempt the connection. The problem is we can't because this guy is not doing authentication. It's actually not even setting up the connection. We were doing this up here. So the way this is structured right now is incompatible with what with the easy transformation, unfortunately. Is there a reason you assume port 1991 in one of those functions? Yeah, the reason is that I hard coded a bunch of these values for now instead of parameterizing them. The server right now can change the port, and but the client still makes assumptions. Which, by the way, it is something that we obviously need to do, that we need to fix, and also at the same time, it's something that we need to think about also in terms of user experience, meaning that if you want to put your D2 stuff on a non-standard port, then users, it would be nice if users are not required to know which weirdo port you're using. So it would be nice if there was some, some way of allowing you to do that if you have to, but also not make people's life miserable because of that. So this is unfortunate because this would be delightful. And right now we can't do delightful. One thing that we could do is kind of collapse run host connect into manager. So basically the manager does all of this stuff and you start a manager where the manager, if running in first connection mode, errors out hard if authentication fails. And if not, it's doing something, I don't know, does something else, but huh. Unfortunately, I think that this kind of refactor is not something that I want to tackle right now. I think this might be it for me. I've been streaming for 6 hours and a half, so I think I might be reaching my stop point. Yeah, you ate a lunch though. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, boss. You're right. Yes. Oh, in that sense, maybe I need a second lunch. Maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I do. um, yeah, we basically really need to pull this other stuff into host manager, have host manager do all these things. Probably we'll want to have a function or two that, I don't know, support functions. Although it really depends. If we don't have problems with how the loop works, why not? But like, why not just have one function? So yeah, we need to pull that stuff in here. That's what we need to do. Yep. To be honest, the way this code is organized currently is kind of silly. Like the fact that we have this function that you call, which then starts a coroutine, and the fact that this guy itself has to be a coroutine because you can't just run it right away. You see, it has running name. The fact that it has running the name means that it wants to be run as a coroutine, but I mean, regardless of whatever name this guy has, that's my convention. But the point is that we do schedule it on a coroutine because otherwise we would be blocking some key component of the application over waiting for this connection to be established. Um, so we're spawning that thing, which in turn spawns another thing and then dies. So might as well turn into that other thing instead of spawning it. Okay, so I think this is it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. We actually made some cool progress today. This was cool. We got message, we completed authentication, we got message persistence, we re-architectured a bunch of things to accommodate for using the database. So far, everything seems to make a lot of sense. We have only encountered like minor snags. So far so good actually, frankly. Yeah, so far so good. Yep. So let me see if anybody's doing Zig. Zig making a bash-like scripting language. Okay, somebody's making a bash-like scripting language. Lumor Sunil. Okay, go say hi. Do 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 doom.